Ye Chang strolled through the bustling streets of the city, his mind lost in the memories of his tragic past. It was then that he spotted a striking young woman, her presence emitting an aura of foreboding. Ye Chang couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to occur, or that perhaps a small sacrifice of blood would ward off any impending disaster. Frantically, he searched for a sanitary napkin, his mind racing with memories of a happier time before tragedy befell his family. As he wistfully reminisced on his childhood in the Yi family, he couldn't help but dwell on the events that had unfolded 5 years ago. The massacre of his family at the hands of a powerful man from the capital had left him as the sole survivor, betrayed by those whom he had once trusted the most. Despite the pain of his past, Ye Chang refused to be cowed by the injustice he had suffered. He was determined to seek vengeance for his family and restore honor to the name of the Yi family in Ye Chang, no matter the cost. Even as the ordinary people of the city remained skeptical, he knew that he could not rest until he had avenged his family and reclaimed their rightful place in the world. After my mother risked her life to push me into the icy lake, my survival was ensured. Thanks to her sacrifice, my master saved me and brought me into the world of cultivation, training me to become an expert in exorcising demons and slaying monsters. Now I have a mission from my master to return to Ye Chang, where I vow to repay all blood debts 1,000-fold. Upon arriving in Ye Chang, I felt a sudden change in my body and the space around me, but I focused on the task at hand. As I faced the powerful Homai Corporation in Ye Chang, I was determined to carry out my mission. 3 days prior, my master had foreseen a great calamity for He Ruoxui, a member of the American Flower Group in Ye Chang. He believed that I, as an external variable, could help avert this disaster. As I entered the city, I remembered my master's complicated relationship with He Ruoxui's grandmother, making her his granddaughter. Seeking He Ruoxui and President He, I was prepared to wait for an appointment, determined to carry out my important mission. 2 guards stood in front of Ye Chang, blocking his way. "Halt! Who does President He want to meet? Where did this unknown person come from?" one of them demanded, eyeing Ye Chang's appearance with disdain. "Look at your impoverished appearance. Do you really think you're worthy of meeting President He like others? Leave immediately, and about the so-called important matter, we don't believe you. If there's nothing else, please step outside. What's your point?" Ye Chang unleashed his power as he inquired, causing the 2 guards to kneel on the ground. "What just happened?" "I don't know. I just felt for a moment that we were about to die," one of them whispered. "Speak more respectfully. Don't use vulgar language for no reason. It's really uncalled for. Are people nowadays all so uncivilized?" Ye Chang took a seat and commanded, "Summon your boss." As he sat down with an imposing air, the onlookers began to gossip about the situation. Just then, the captain of the security team arrived with several well-equipped individuals. "Sir, I am the captain of the security team. You are causing trouble at the American Flower Group. Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" the captain warned. Undeterred, Ye Chang reiterated, "I'm here to find He Ruoxui for a matter. Don't obstruct my way." The captain couldn't help but feel an intimidating aura emanating from Ye Chang, making him question the consequences of provoking him. The team captain apologized. "I'm sorry, but President He is not available today. Can I take down your contact information? I will make sure to pass on your message when he returns. If he doesn't show up, I'm afraid there's not much more we can do." Secretly relieved that the person believed the lie, the captain added, "I can wait here all afternoon if need be. You all continue with your work." Upon hearing the conversation, the team leader grew concerned. "We can't let such a dangerous individual roam freely here. It's not just my lunch at stake anymore. But there's only one of them, so it will be a challenge. Let's go, everyone." Suddenly, a woman from a distance spoke up. "Wait a moment, give that to me." As whispers erupted around them about the mysterious woman, the team leader warned her, "The director of this place is dangerous. You shouldn't stay here. Please, step aside." "Hello, I'm Sunji. May I help you with something?" Sunji said as she stepped forward. Upon hearing her name, Ye Chang was taken aback. For the past 5 years, Sunji had been the one person he couldn't forget. They had been desk mates in middle school and had a close relationship. However, circumstances had led them to attend different high schools, and they rarely saw each other after that. After an incident at Misty Lake Villa, Ye Chang's life had taken a drastic turn. His family had been abandoned by everyone in the clan, and the Thien Qing group, founded by his father, had been taken over. It seemed like everything was being controlled by someone in the capital. Despite opposition, Sunji had overcome fear and gossip to support Ye Chang. She had even gone to the morgue to retrieve the bodies of his parents and organize their cremation. Then she had erected a tombstone for them at Heavenly Mountain. Ye Chang couldn't understand why she had done all of this for him. "Today we meet again in this place," Ye Chang said, still in shock at the sight of Sunji. Deep in thought, Sunji was suddenly brought back to reality by a voice. "Hey, it seems you're getting closer." Startled, Ye Chang quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, can I help you with something? Are you feeling lost?" Sunji smiled softly. "Oh, I'm sorry, you remind me of an old friend, so I was momentarily lost in thought. It's been a while and I've changed a lot. I was just about to leave, but if you need to wait for someone, feel free to stay here. Please don't cause any trouble. I'll be on my way." It seems the matter with He Ruoxui is temporarily set aside. As she headed to the parking lot, Sunji was surprised to find Ye Chang in her car. "Hello, beautiful lady." Flustered, Sunji asked, "When did you get in? What do you want? Can you give me a ride? Don't you have someone to wait for anymore? I need to prioritize my own safety. By the way, what's your name? I can't let a stranger into my car. I absolutely cannot afford to get hurt. I am Ye Chang, and Chang means handsome." When Ye Chang and Sunji arrived at the restaurant to join a party, all eyes immediately turned to Sunji. Whispers filled the room as people marveled at her stunning figure and questioned why she had brought a man along with her for the first time. As they found their seats, several people approached Sunji to greet her and vie for a spot at her table. It was clear that everyone wanted to be in her presence and show their respect. Sensing Sunji's discomfort, Ye Chang stepped in to handle the situation, offering to drink with the others on her behalf. However, his gesture was met with frowns and scolding from some of the wealthy individuals. Before things could escalate, Sunji intervened, putting a stop to the argument and taking control of the situation. "Our Ye Chang is only skilled at martial arts. It seems a bit immature, doesn't it, folks?" Sunji laughed along with everyone. "I'm not good at drinking, I can only take a sip. I hope you all understand and won't force a small girl like me." This statement brought joy to the group, as if they had just received a like and subscription to their channel. Director's son is here. However, at that moment, someone approached from afar. "Taking just one sip, Miss Sun, seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Sunji looked over and saw that it was Chen Feng, which made her feel a little uneasy. The people around the table began discussing. He's the second young master of the Chen clan. Why did Sunji provoke him? It's been said that last time she splashed wine on his face, nearly driving him crazy. Ken Feng, with an angry demeanor, stated, "Last time, you humiliated and disrespected me. You must drink this toast as a sign of repentance. This is not a request, but an order." Sunji tried to remain composed, saying, "Young Master Chen, I'm really not good at drinking. It will only cause trouble for everyone if I drink more. Can I just have this one glass?" He had made up his mind. This is the end. I caught him tampering with his drink last time. I suspect he spiked it. Spilling wine on him was my way of dealing with it. Chen Feng put his arm around Sunji, saying, "I've booked the presidential suite for us. If you get too drunk, you'll have a place to crash. Enjoy yourself and have a few drinks." What could she do? Everyone knew Chen Feng's reputation. If he had his eye on a girl, even a student, he wouldn't hesitate to use drugs. How could anyone dare to drink from his glass? Why don't you just take his drink, you shameless woman? Trying to be someone you're not. Even if He Ruoxui were here, she'd have to drink. I grew up in a humble family, dropped out early, entered society, and worked hard to reach the position of a director. Despite being seen as highly capable by others, I am nothing compared to those privileged sons. In a flash, Ye Chang grabbed the wine bottle and smashed it over Chen Feng's head, a look of pure rage in his eyes. Chen Feng fell to his knees. "That hurt so much. Who do you think you are, hitting me like that? Not even my father has hit me. Your dad could still beat me. Who are you to do this?" It was quite an intense and dramatic moment. Ye Chang was reprimanding Chen Feng, but stopped when the furious head of the Chen clan approached and demanded, "Let him go." Onlookers began to whisper, "That's Chen Chengo, the head of the Chen clan. Why is he here? That poor kid is in trouble, and the old man with him seems to have an extraordinary presence, likely a martial arts expert according to rumors." Sunji was concerned and puzzled. "Oh no, even Chen Chengo is here now." Chen Feng cried out, "Dad, please save me. Is there any way to help him?" He then let go of Ye Chang and ran toward his father. Meanwhile, Ye Chang noticed something unusual about the person accompanying the head of the Chen clan. That old man looks quite extraordinary. He seems to be the martial arts expert everyone's talking about. The kid's father is beating him for no reason, and the old man must be seeking justice for his son. I should keep quiet and leave. Yes, that's what I'll do. Qin Zhengguo turned to his companion and asked, "Ming, what's the story behind that kid? He seems to be a martial arts expert as well, but given his age, he must be new to the martial world." Ye Chang inquired, "Do you have any other options? How do you propose we settle this? If you feel embarrassed, there's not much I can do. I am a kind person. If you ask for forgiveness, I may spare you. It is truly impressive to have achieved such skill at such a young age. But unfortunately..." Turning to Sunji, Ye Chang instructed, "Stay back, let me handle this. You have provoked the wrong person." Without hesitation, Ming swiftly moved toward Ye Chang. In an instant he was beside Ye Chang, placing his right hand on Ye Chang's shoulder. "Spare him. I will ensure he suffers no pain." The sudden appearance of Ming next to Ye Chang surprised Sunji. How did he get here so quickly? Is that old man truly a martial arts expert? Ye Chang halted Ming's movement. "Old man, have you picked out a coffin yet? There is someone making funeral arrangements in the house." "This kid is as good as dead," Ming retaliated, "then die quickly." Ye Chang gracefully dodged the attack and delivered a swift punch to Ming's face. Ming was banned from entering the courtyard, leaving the surrounding crowd in shock and confusion. Can an old man like him be so hot-tempered? Doesn't he know the rules against surprise attacks? "Is there anyone else? Show yourself," exclaimed a member of the crowd. Qin Feng's father and son looked as pale as ghosts, murmuring, "Ming, the powerful, has been defeated. And by a young man. How can this be?" Ming struggled to stand up and demanded, "Who are you? How can your skills be so strong? You are not worthy of knowing who I am." The young man's straightforward words hit Ming hard, causing him to be thrown back and vomit blood. The wealthy bystanders were also affected, complaining, "My ears ache," just because of his words. What is happening? Ye Chang stepped in front of Chen Zhenggu, saying, "See, I was right. Kindness leads to ruin." Ye Chang thought to himself, the vendetta of the Yi family involved members of the Chen family too. Meanwhile, Chen Jinggu shouted, "Stop him quickly. Are you just going to stand there? Hurry, we can't afford to lose our meals. He's alone now." The bodyguards were quick to rush to Ye Chang's side, but he easily sent them flying with a single move. "Ordinary people should stay out of this," he snapped. Qin Jinggu and his son knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. "Master, we made a mistake. Please spare us," Chen Jinggu pleaded. "I didn't know that Miss Sun is your woman. Please forgive me." Just then, the police arrived and aimed their guns at Ye Chang. Chen Jinggu felt a wave of relief, thinking, "We're safe now. A martial arts master is no match for guns." A female police officer recognized Ye Chang as the martial arts master from the Chen family and asked, "Did he resolve the situation?" Ye Chang turned to the female police officer and explained, "This man was harassing an innocent family. I had to intervene. This is a personal matter. You have no business getting involved." The tension in the air was palpable as the standoff continued. Upon hearing this, the female police officer spoke nonchalantly. Is he not in his right mind? Even if he's usually reckless, the police still have to intervene. She raised her hand and sat down, getting a second warning. Ignorance is not an excuse. Ye Chang was about to protest the police's statement when Sunji rushed over and grabbed his hand, apologizing to everyone. "I'm sorry for this. His movements are not very agile, probably due to cramps. We're here now, so why bother questioning why his intelligence is always so low? If he doesn't use my hand for a proper greeting, a greeting for a fellow human being, in short, you all must listen to me now. Look, he has surrendered. Don't shoot, please. What's the point of waiting to be arrested? It's okay, just leave it to me. Soon they'll take his statement at the police station. After all, he's a legitimate defender, so it's fine. No matter what, I want to leave, and no one can stop me, the police captain reported at the station. We've carefully reviewed the hotel surveillance footage multiple times. It appears that Ye Chang is indeed the rightful defender, with the exception of some deleted content. We need to find out what was erased and why. In the footage, we see Chen Jianggu bringing an elderly man to confront Ye Chang. The old man then falls without any interruption. It's unclear what exactly occurred. I arrived at the scene very quickly, yet someone managed to delete the video at that moment. It seems that there is a powerful force behind this individual. If we lack evidence, we'll have to consider him the legitimate defender and release him. It's the best decision to make. Let's go outside and return later to clean off the dirt from our bodies. Ye Chang gazed silently at Sunji and thought, Chen Jianggu and his father pose a hidden threat to Sunji. If I leave Ye Chang, they will not spare Sunji. I must find a way to eliminate them. Sunji glanced at Ye Chang, always sensing a certain danger emanating from him, though she couldn't quite put it into words. Why are you staring at me like that? Feeling a bit flustered, Sunji continued, I was wondering where you live, and I can take you there. I just got here, and it looks like Ye Chang hasn't found a place to stay. If it's too much trouble, you can spend the night in the park. It might be better to. Annoyed, Sunji was cut off by Ye Chang, who said, Come to my house, Ye Chang. I have a spare room. It's not big, but it's better than sleeping in the park. Director's son, are you worried I'll cause trouble, or is it because I saved a woman today, so you want to repay me with your body? Ridiculous. Will you stay or not? I'll stay, of course. Far off, a female police officer was watching them. Disregard that deleted video. The Chen family's bodyguards all have special forces backgrounds. How could they take down so many men so easily, almost like they were children? Relying solely on him is risky. We need to seek assistance. Is senior brother on a mission? This is quite difficult. I have something to ask him for help. Please watch the video I sent you and help me analyze the person inside. In the Ural Mountains of Siberia, the older brother received a call. This girl is causing a lot of trouble. Why is she running to the local police when we have family connections? And she's been bothering me with small problems all day long. Shang Jing, as the captain of the special forces, you're not just an ordinary soldier, but I guess we should help her. Shang Jing watched the video and commented, Those bodyguards are former special forces, yet they're bullying the weak. It's disgraceful. Then as he continued to watch, he was surprised. This guy is a skilled martial artist. He might be a grandmaster. Junior sister, find out everything about him as soon as possible. The scene then shifted to Ye Chang's apartment, where Sunji lives. Sunji said to Ye Chang, I'm done with my shower, you can go ahead now. The bathroom is free. She really doesn't take any precautions at all. While showering, Ye Chang reflected, 5 years ago, I was rescued by my master, thinking it was a good thing. But it turned out to be the start of a nightmare. On the first day, my master locked me in a cage with a hungry tiger, and I survived. After that, he trained me in martial arts in harsh environments, pushing me to the brink of death each time. What kept me alive until now is nothing but endless anger and hatred. I will find every person who attended the banquet that year at Van Ho Villa and make them all pay. Sunji was cooking rice outdoors when she realized they didn't have any clothes for Ye Chang. She hurriedly told him to wait inside while she brought some clothes for him, reminding herself to also bring a change of clothes and underwear, making sure to hide them so they couldn't be seen. As she went to get the clothes, Ye Chang opened the door and apologized for coming in without being dressed. Sunji quickly reassured him that she hadn't seen anything and ran off to take care of some things, hoping that Ye Chang wouldn't go out that night. Meanwhile, in the Chen family mansion, Chen Jianggu was pacing back and forth, looking extremely troubled. His son, Chen Feng, urged him to stop pacing as it was making the room spin. Do you dare to make a move, Ye Chang's woman? A chilling voice echoes from behind, causing Chen Zhenggu and Chen Feng to turn pale in an instant, startled by the all-too-familiar voice. Chen Zhenggu then turns to look at Chen Feng and says, "If it weren't for a wretch like you, Ming wouldn't be on the verge of becoming disabled. Now without Ming, the family has no one, and the Chen clan is on the brink of collapse." Chen Feng, with disdain, remarks, "Dad, don't we still have grandfather? With him around, he surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Chen Zhenggu falls into contemplation and deep fear. "No, I still feel uneasy. We can't leave this guy alone in our hearts." Determined, Chen Zhenggu then decides, "Tomorrow, let's go to Mount Viewdui and invite grandfather down. I want this brat dead." Chen Feng ecstatically bites his teeth and says, "Yes, as long as grandfather takes action, we can certainly catch that guy. We need to break his limbs and slowly torment Sunji in front of him." The tense atmosphere is shattered by the chilling voice from behind, causing both father and son to freeze in fear. Ye Chang walks up to the two and takes a seat on the sofa. "We need to clarify this matter." Chen Feng's voice trembles. "Do you intend to kill us?" Chen Zhenggu still tries to maintain composure. "Son, relax. He wouldn't dare, not with so many witnesses." However, as he speaks, Ye Chang's right hand releases a stream of violet aura, piercing through Chen Feng's chest and splattering blood everywhere. Ye Chang lifts his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Not daring to kill, is that still what you believe?" On his outstretched hand, a stream of aura gathers like a flame. Chen Zhenggu's face turns grim, staring at Chen Feng's lifeless body. "Why, my son? We had no grudges or enmity." Ye Chang laughs loudly, taking steps towards Chen Zhenggu. "No grudges, no enmity, quite fitting for the plea of having none." The laughter echoes. "I ask you, Chen Zhenggu." As he speaks, Ye Chang points to a spot on Chen Zhenggu. "Do you still remember the banquet at the Van Ho mansion 5 years ago? The deep family couple's death, and that vile mouth of yours?" Chen Zhenggu looked up at Ye Chang with a look of shock on his face. "Could it really be you, the one from the crippled Yi clan? You were supposed to have perished in the lake. It's impossible that you're still alive." Ye Chang grabbed Chen Zhenggu's head, pulling him closer. "Before you meet your end, I'll share a secret with you. I may not be the martial arts master everyone thinks I am, but I am a cultivator. To martial arts experts, I may be nothing, but to a cultivator like me, I can easily defeat any martial arts sect or master, no matter how powerful they seem." With that, he released a wave of killing aura, intent on ending Chen Zhenggu's life. Meanwhile, high atop Mount Viewdui, the head of the Chen clan, Yuan Lai, meditated in mid-air. Threads of aura crackled around him. Sensing something amiss, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "What is happening? Had Zhenggu and Ah Feng been killed? Who dares to eliminate our Ye Chang and dismantle the foundation we spent a decade building? Chen Yuan Lai swears to the heavens that I will personally find and destroy you, chopping you into 100,000 pieces." Upon returning to Sunji's home, Ye Chang finds himself in his cultivation chamber, surrounded by an aura of metallic strands that resembles soaring dragons. After concluding his training session and realizing that the spiritual energy in the region is too thin for him to advance further, he decides to craft supportive elixirs. As he contemplates his next moves, Ye Chang remembers that the anniversary of his parents' death is approaching and decides to visit their resting place in the Tiandang Mountains. He also recalls a black stone, a gift from his father, which is said to be a Yi clan heirloom but has always appeared to be an ordinary stone to him. Upon closer examination, he notices a small blood-written inscription on the stone and drops a droplet of his own blood onto it. This causes a stream of light to penetrate his mind, leading to a feeling of imminent explosion, followed by him fainting. In a dreamlike state, he finds himself in a large graveyard with a heavy and cold atmosphere, reminiscent of hell. Upon careful examination, Ye Chang discovers a large number of ominous black tombstones. What's even more unsettling is the sheer number of swords stabbed into the ground around the tombstones, creating a vast and intimidating array. Suddenly, the tombstones begin to tremble, and the swords take flight, forming multiple layers in the air. At the top, A black cloud materializes with sinister red eyes, and it addresses Ye Chang. You are only at the beginning of your journey, and yet you dare to enter the reincarnation cemetery. You are at the lowest level here, unable to even teleport. If you wish to live, leave now. Before he can comprehend what is happening, Ye Chang wakes up in his bed. He stares in disbelief at the black stone in his hand. Could this be the ancient artifact my master spoke of? If what he said is true, perhaps I can awaken the consciousness of a powerful being within the tombstone with enough strength. What a strange turn of events. With hundreds of tombstones in the reincarnation cemetery, could there truly be 100 powerful beings? Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Sunji calls out from outside. Ye Chang, are you up? The food is ready, and it will get cold if you don't come out soon. I thought we could explore the reincarnation cemetery together. In the kitchen, Sunji had prepared a delicious meal. As she looked at her guest, she couldn't help but wonder if he had ulterior motives for wanting to stay. She didn't have the money to cover his rent, but he seemed to have a plan. He quickly wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to her, explaining that it was a formula for a nourishing cream that could potentially sustain a cosmetics company. Sunji was skeptical at first, but Ye Chang insisted that it was worth at least 10 million. She decided to have her technical department examine the formula to see if it was as valuable as Ye Chang claimed. Sunji was in the middle of something when suddenly Chairman he called. Sunji picked up the phone in a rush and Chairman, he wasted no time. I have a high-level conference opportunity for you. Sunji cut him off mid-sentence. I'll be there right away. I don't have time for your nonsense. And if you have free time, find a decent job instead of having those absurd thoughts. Traditional Chinese medicine is no longer in demand these days. Hurt by Sunji's lack of trust, Ye Chang decided to prove himself and start his career. After some consideration, he opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He offered a discounted prices for consultations, lowering them by 20%. His flat fee for consultations was set at 100,000, regardless of the outcome. People passing by were taken aback. 100,000 flat fee. Is this guy crazy? Is he trying to scam people? Someone should report him to the police. But others simply said, if you don't like it, just go somewhere else. Ye Chang was busy organizing his stall when, out of nowhere, a girl pushed her way through the crowd, announcing, "Excuse me, everyone, please make way." Giving Ye Chang a suspicious glance, the girl said, "You, the con artist from Jianghu, come with me." She led Ye Chang to her home and said, "This is where I live, quite spacious, isn't it?" Confidently, Ye Chang replied, "Rest assured, I can guarantee a speedy recovery with my medicine." "Oh, my apologies, I didn't bring you here for treatment. So what do you want from me?" "Shen Mingjia is looking for me. It's because of my persuasive lying skills. I said it before, I'm not a cheat. I don't have time to play with you. Find someone else." Shen Mingjia quickly offered, "I'll give you this. There's 100,000 on this card." Ye Chang's demeanor swiftly changed. "Miss, what do you need me to do?" "I can handle anything without hesitation." Shen Mingjia spoke sadly. "I actually preferred your arrogant attitude just now. My father is ill, and the doctor says he may not have much time left. My parents have a strong bond. I'm worried that if my father passes away, my mother will act irrationally. I hope you can pretend to be a divine figure. Take my father away before he passes, under the guise of treating him in the mountains. I believe that in time, my mother can come to terms with my father's passing and move past the grief. Normally, no one would agree to such a plan, but with my involvement, it's a different story. Let me handle it and execute the plan flawlessly. Thanks to you, I won't have to involve the police anymore. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have to turn you into the authorities." Upon their return, Mingjia welcomed Ye Chang into the house and expressed her concern about whether it was appropriate to bring someone in at that moment. She assured him that he was the person her daughter had asked for help and instructed him to follow her lead. As they entered her father's room, they found Mr. Meng unconscious and frail. Ye Chang sensed the severity of the situation and knew that regular medical skills wouldn't be able to save him. Mingjia explained that her father had been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and that even the best overseas hospitals couldn't cure him. She revealed that they had sought treatment in the renowned medical city of Kao, but the prognosis was grim. She pleaded with Ye Chang to keep it a secret from her mother and assured him that money would not be an issue. Just then, Mengjia's mother entered the room with a man, and Mengjia knew that she would need to rely on Ye Chang to help her keep the truth hidden. Madame Shen, her face wet with tears, cried out, "Mengjia, Ko divine medicine says your father may not survive today. How can I bear it if he leaves us?" Shen Mengjia, with a look of disbelief, glared at Ko divine medicine and exclaimed, "Didn't he promise not to tell my mother? Why is he going back on his word?" Just then, Mengjia's brother entered the room and said to her, "Mengjia, we must be honest. Life and death are natural occurrences. Why hide it from Mom? I've already made arrangements for a dignified funeral for Dad." Angrily, Mengjia responded, "Why are you like this? You know how frail Mom's health is. Think about it, Dad living in such agony. Wouldn't death be a release? I can't stand to see Dad suffer. I promised to take care of Mom and the family. Mom won't be able to live without Dad. If he goes, she'll follow." Ye Chang, observing the situation, understood the truth. "So, Shen Haihua has passed away. The assets will be divided equally among the wife, son, and daughter. This person is trying to upset his mother just to get a larger share." Mengjia was filled with anger as she shouted, "Dad is in such a bad state, and you act like you care. All for some money. You want to push Mom to her limit. You are truly heartless. Dare to insult me. If she wants to die, why should I stop her? Keep insulting and watch me shut you up with my fist." He moved towards Mengjia, ready to physically confront her, but Ye Chang quickly punched him in the mouth, saying, "You're still alive, so why the rush?" Ko Divine Medicine angrily asked, "Who do you think you are? Do you know who this young master is? He will soon be the head of the Shen family." Ye Chang ignored him and said, "Just give me 10 million and I, Ye Chang, will heal this patient." After getting approval from the Shen family representative, Ye Chang told everyone to leave and not disturb them. Outside, Madame Shen's face was still tear-streaked as she asked, "Mengjia, can that young man really save your father?" Mengjia tried to reassure her mother, saying, "Mom, don't worry. I've known Ye Chang for a long time. His medical skills are extraordinary. Dad will definitely recover." Mengjia, filled with rage, thought to herself, "This con artist, demanding 10 million upfront with his tricks. Now I have to figure out how to keep it from Mom." Shen Menglong glanced at Mengjia and said, "You're inviting trouble by bringing a scam artist into the mix of the inheritance. Can anyone really cure Dad's illness? If he dies, it will be all on you, and don't expect to see a single penny. I'll make sure that scam artist ends up behind bars. Whether he heals Dad or not, the assets will be mine." In the room, Ye Chang looked at the sick Shen Haihua and said, "Meeting me is your lucky day. My master has taught me celestial medicine that can bring you back from the brink of death." Ye Chang began his technique, chanting Heavenly Earth Magnificent and Royal Array. Purple energy surrounded him as he performed the magical ritual on Shen Haihua, using a silver needle to reconnect the yang artery and dispel the death qi. After the intense process, Ye Chang sighed and said, "It's easy to take a life, but saving one is much harder. I need to focus on my own cultivation after using so much energy on this old man." Ye Chang addressed the gathering after opening the door. "Things are going according to plan. The patient is about to wake up. Hand over the money." Hearing this, the crowd became restless. "Really? Haihua is about to wake up? Let's go and see for ourselves." Mrs. Shen happily gave the bank card to Ye Chang. "Thank you, master. The money is in the card, and the PIN is 6 digits. Shen Menglong quickly intervened. "Wait, Mom. How can Dad, in the advanced stage of cancer, be cured?" He pointed at Ye Chang. "A young person like you can't just come up with 10 million. Show me some results or else." Before he could finish, Ye Chang grabbed his hand and bent it forcefully. "This is the consultation fee. Besides, that person will wake up but can only live for 3 more days. I'm taking the money in advance. Come find me in 3 days. If my medicine isn't there, not even gods and deities can save him." Menglong yelled, "This scoundrel dares to attack me and steal money. I want to report him to the police. I will kill him. Mr. Shen, don't worry. I have connections in the police station. They will help you deal with him. Suddenly, Shen Haihua burst out of the room, leaving everyone in shock. Shen Menglong stared at her in disbelief. Are you even human? You've completely cured late-stage cancer. Still a bit dazed, Haihua asked, where is the miracle doctor? And my wife, Mengjia? Thanks to the doctor, things have gotten so much better. I feel like a new person. It's truly amazing. The three of us are finally back together. Haihua turned to Menglong. You've been doing some good things lately, Shen Menglong. It seems like you're also working for the good of our family. Menglong shot back. Don't think I don't know what you're capable of. I know what you did when I was sick. From now on, don't expect any financial support from me. It would be incredibly unfortunate to have a child like you. If you can't find the miracle doctor, I'll make sure it's the end for you. Meanwhile, at the cosmetics conglomerate, the mood in the meeting room was extremely grim. The company's stocks had plummeted once again, putting them in a difficult position. The next few days were going to be tough. The rival had just launched a highly effective beauty product, and if the conglomerate didn't come up with a new beauty product soon, it seemed like bankruptcy was inevitable. As the meeting room filled with confusion and frustration, Sunji suddenly felt a strange discomfort in her chest. Upon checking, she found a piece of paper that had been given to her by Ye Chang. She was bewildered as to how it had ended up there. Recalling Ye Chang's mention of the prescription being worth 100 million, Sunji couldn't help but feel puzzled by the simple characters on the paper indicating true kana and primary level. Before she could make sense of it, Sun Nuo, the general supervisor of the conglomerate, snatched the paper away and questioned its significance. Enraged, Sunji confronted Sun Nuo, accusing her of treating the paper as a treasure and insinuating that every woman would stoop to such low levels for money. As the tension escalated in the meeting room, the fate of the mysterious paper remained uncertain. Sun Nuo shredded the paper, uttering, "Let's not be too hard on others." Sunji stormed over to Sun Nuo, asserting even if it's just a piece of paper, it's still mine. Their physical confrontation continued, leaving onlookers unsure of how to intervene. One person said, Sunji has lost it, daring to attack me. I've put up with her for too long, Sun Nuo. Others commented, here they go again. My things, even if I want to get rid of them, it's up to me. How dare she shove me for a ripped piece of paper? Who does she think she is to tear it? I'll ruin her reputation. I'll knock her down. Let's see who's scared of whom. Hey, stop arguing, the meeting is about to begin. Just then, a voice from outside called out, Sunji, Sun Nuo, you two seem to have a lot of free time. The speaker was He Ruoxui, the CEO of the beauty conglomerate. The argument ceased and everyone took their seats for the meeting. Chairman He addressed the group. I'm sure you all understand the purpose of today's meeting. Other companies are currently producing more advanced cosmetics. Why has our beauty conglomerate not made any improvements after all these years? The meeting room fell silent as Ruoxui, visibly irritated, slammed her hand on the table. It's been 3 years and our beauty products have shown no improvement. How much longer will the Research and Development Department rely on past successes? Director Xu, representing the Research Department, stood up to address the issue. Chairman He, it's not for lack of effort. The beauty industry is fiercely competitive, and we've exhausted all avenues in search of better formulas. We've even traveled the world to source rare medicinal ingredients, but to no avail. Even ancient texts have offered no solutions. I understand the scarcity of beauty formulas. I spent 5 years building the city's largest beauty conglomerate, only for my parents to reject my arranged marriage. Sometimes one must accept defeat. Sun Nuo interjected, all this trouble over a beauty formula. Isn't Director Sun in possession of it? I saw a document labeled True Kana earlier. This revelation caused a collective gasp in the room. What? That True Kana document holds the ancient formula lost to history. President He announced, if we can obtain Director Sun's formula, our company will be saved. President He turned to Sunji. Sunji, do you really have the True Kana Dan formula? Sunji looked a bit embarrassed and replied, no, this is just something my friend made up. Ruoxui excitedly said to Sunji, just show us the formula. If it's real, we will consider promoting you to vice president. Sunji hesitated. I'm sorry, President He. It's just something my friend wrote, and now it's torn like this. The crowd discussed. This is the priceless Triknodan formula, and it got destroyed on a piece of tissue. Meanwhile, Sun Yuo sat quietly, secretly amused. Let's see Sun Jai lose face and become the laughingstock of the entire conglomerate. President Xu cautiously brought the torn paper closer for a careful look. His face turned increasingly red, and tears streamed down his face. A few seconds later, President Xu completely disregarded the ongoing situation and exclaimed, This is indeed the Triknodan formula. This is real, my goodness. In my lifetime, I can witness this treasure. I have no regrets even if I die now. Upon hearing the heavy breathing, Sun Yuo, in disbelief, whispered, It can't be real. How could someone possibly have the method to create the Triknodan formula? It must be a fake. Regaining her composure, Sun Yuo reassured calmly, Chairman Xu, you can be certain that this method of concoction is valuable. President Xu quickly affirmed, I would stake my life on it. It's definitely valuable. Moreover, this method is 100 times better than our previous products. Our company's earlier products were based on a part of this transformation formula. President Xu continued, However, there is one unclear ingredient in this concoction method. Hiruoxu's expression changed drastically, and she urgently asked Sunji, Chairman Sun, what happened? How did you end up with such an important formula in your hands, only to have it torn apart? Sunji was about to explain, but Chairman Xu stood up and addressed Sun Yuo. I already knew about this even before you arrived. Chairman Sun snatched this concoction method from Chairman Sun's hands and tore it up. If it weren't for timely intervention, it would have been destroyed. This deceitful person only recognizes the good things you do. As soon as the words left his mouth, all heads in the room turned to face Sun Yuo, their eyes filled with fury. This formula is linked to the downfall of the conglomerate and is being destroyed by that cursed woman, he declared. Hiruoxu's expression turned icy, her anger barely contained. She addressed Sun Yuo directly. You are aware that your actions nearly led to the collapse of the beauty conglomerate. As of now, you are no longer the CEO of the company. Leave this meeting immediately, and if anything happens to this formula, the conglomerate will press criminal charges against you. Pray that nothing goes wrong. Everyone, please assist Director Sun in reorganizing the documents and restoring the formula. With that, Hiruoxu left the room. Sunji arrived home later that evening, finding the house empty. Perhaps Ye Chang hasn't returned yet, she thought, trying to reassure herself. But the guilt of not trusting Ye Chang had become overwhelming. She found herself wishing that the formula was not genuine. Sunji looked at Ye Chang with a sense of relief. I'm sorry for doubting you. I realize now that I don't know much about you other than your martial arts skills and the Triknodan formula. I left a stranger in my house without question. Can you be trusted? Suddenly, Ye Chang's voice came from behind her. What's going on? It sounds like you're talking about me. Surprised, Sunji turned to see Ye Chang standing there. I didn't think you would come back. What's happening? I went out to explore the city. Ye Chang sat down next to Sunji and reassured her. If there's something on your mind, just tell me. I'm here to help, and I'm sorry about the torn prescription. Let's see what we can do about it. Sunji sighed in frustration and sat down. Ye Chang, let's just forget about it. That was just a basic formula I gave you. I don't think it's effective enough. I'll write a more comprehensive one for you. I'm feeling exhausted today, so I'm going to bed early. You should do the same. As Ye Chang started to leave, Sunji stopped him. Wait, I have a few questions for you. What's really going on? Even though I'm tired, I won't refuse if you ask me as a man. There is something going on, but it's not what you think. If you try anything, I will report it to the police. I remember the first time we met, you wanted to meet Chairman Hiruoxu. Coincidentally, I had just spoken to the vice chairman, and she also expressed a desire to meet you. Ye Chang, appearing irritated, turned back to Sunji. I don't have time to meet her. Sunji attempted to smile. It wasn't you who upset the security department last time. It was simply because you wanted to meet her, right? I also wanted to meet her then, but now I'm not interested. She didn't meet me that day, and now she wants me to come again. As I told you before, it's not that she doesn't want to meet you, but as the chairwoman of the company, you need to make an appointment in advance. Okay, I'll meet her. Sunji's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes, tomorrow." Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Chang interrupted. "Tell Ruoxui to come and see me. Whether I meet with her or not will depend on my mood." With that, Ye Chang entered the room, shut the door behind him, and called out, "I'm going to bed now. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Sunji was taken aback and stood hesitantly outside the door. Meanwhile, Ruoxui received a call at home. "Hello, Sunji, how did it go with my request?" "What did he say?" "He wants me to come see him in person?" "No problem, I'll consider it. In the meantime, please keep an eye on him." Ruoxui smirked slyly. "This is getting interesting. The other day, he wanted to see me at the company, and now he's acting like this? I'm curious to see what kind of person he really is." Early the next morning, Ye Chang arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine shop above the gate, marked with a prominent sign reading "Virtuous Personage Pharmacy." Though it was still early, there were already numerous people waiting in line to buy medicine. The business seemed to be thriving. Due to the large crowd, Ye Chang could only stand by and observe. He noticed a painting on the wall, adorned with grandeur, seemingly a valuable masterpiece. Ye Chang looked at it several times and shook his head involuntarily, certain that this was a fake. "What a shame," he muttered to himself. At that moment, an old man and a young girl appeared, Zhu Zixuan and Zhu Rende. The girl looked at Ye Chang with disdain and said, "Why are you shaking your head? Do you really understand this painting, or are you just here to steal something, you uncultured man?" The old man, sensing his granddaughter's rudeness, spoke in a lowered voice. "Excuse her, sir, she doesn't mean any harm. But this painting is a treasure I purchased from the capital." The wrinkled-faced old man frowned as the young girl continued. "This painting has been appraised by many experts. If you claim it's fake, what basis do you have to assert such a thing?" Ye Chang nonchalantly commented, "It just goes to show that all of you, including you, are easily deceived." Zhu Zixuan angrily retorted, "You are blind and foolish." Meanwhile, Zhu Rendi was so enraged that he was speechless. Ye Chang paid no attention and continued walking, saying, "This fake painting isn't too bad in terms of technique. It can be kept to deceive others. I came here to find some good medicinal herbs, but it seems I'll have to go elsewhere now." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zixuan couldn't contain her anger, exclaiming, "Sir, let me teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." With that, Zixuan channeled energy into her foot, creating a jade-green stream of force enveloping her right leg, looking both impressive and intimidating. Seeing this, Ye Chang was slightly surprised, commenting, "There's a martial artist here. It's not that simple." Zixuan leaped high, launching a kick towards Ye Chang, declaring, "I won't forgive someone who speaks recklessly." Zhu Rendi's face changed drastically, but he was too late to intervene. "This girl has been learning martial arts from a great master since childhood. This kick might be the end of him," he lamented. As the kick approached, Ye Chang effortlessly caught it with one hand, as if nothing had happened. Zixuan's initial anger slowly turned to fear as she questioned how her kick could have caused the sandbags to break. Ye Chang asked if she had had enough, to which Zixuan responded by demanding he release her leg. After he let her go and she fell, Zhu Rende, sympathetic for his granddaughter, acknowledged that her martial arts were meant for men and not women, and feared she might become disabled if she continued. Zixuan stood up, ready to confront Ye Chang, but Zhu Rendi intervened, explaining that he had not used force when blocking her kick. As the situation escalated, Ye Chang surrounded himself with violet energy and warned Zixuan that he would show her real energy usage. As he spoke, the energy streams took on the shape of a demonic face behind Ye Chang, leaving Zixuan pale and sweaty. Terrified, Zixuan lay on the ground and urged, "Grandfather, run away." Zhu Rendi stepped forward, facing Ye Chang, and bowed, saying, "I apologize, sir. Please forgive my granddaughter's impulsive behavior. She is just a child." After speaking, Zhu Rendi glared at Zixuan and commanded, Swan quickly apologized to the Honorable Sir. The girl widened her eyes in disbelief at her grandfather. I eagerly await the enlightenment from the Honorable Sir regarding this painting. My grandfather cannot discern the clues, and if you truly seek an answer, I will provide it. Ye Chang gathered energy in his hand, waving it over the torn painting. From the countless small fragments, he extracted a nearly invisible piece of paper. On it were a few lines of writing. I wonder which fool will buy this fake item, signed Liu Yuan. Ye Chang explained, in reality, this painting is challenging to distinguish as genuine or fake. However, Liu Yuan was too arrogant, leaving behind his signature. By using my own energy perception, I could easily detect it. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Ye Chang waited for Zhu Zixuan to gather the medicinal herbs. When Zixuan finally approached, he handed the herbs to Ye Chang and thanked him for collecting them personally. He expressed his willingness to be of service and noted the value of the herbs, inquiring about Ye Chang's ability to pay. Despite their earlier conflict, he also acknowledged Ye Chang's playful nature. Zixuan's irritation grew as he remarked that Ye Chang was not his match, but if his master were present, the outcome might be different. In the distance, Zhu Rendi acknowledged Ye Chang's skill and apologized for Zixuan's behavior, explaining that his granddaughter had been spoiled. Still hiding behind her grandfather, Zixuan challenged Ye Chang's strength, questioning how he could be superior. Zhu Rendi then informed Ye Chang that his shop had all the herbs on the list, but would need a few days to gather the large quantity needed. As an apology, he offered the herbs for free, without considering the market price, as he had recently earned a decent amount. While speaking, Ye Chang withdrew a gold card from the Shen family and said, I don't want to take advantage of your family. I'll be back in a few days. We hope to see you again soon. He then turned and left. After he had gone, Zhu Rendi suddenly realized something. Ye Chang, that name sounds familiar. Could he be from the Yi family? At the same time, Zixuan asked, he's a great master. Why did you know his name? Zhu Rendi pondered, if he is who I think he is, the peaceful days in this city won't last much longer. As he walked away from the virtuous path, Ye Chang thought to himself, it's almost my parents' Memorial Day. I need to prepare. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and a sinister smile crossed his face. Someone was watching him, seeking one's own death indeed. Meanwhile, on the virtuous path, Zhu Zixuan complained, how can you not be inferior to my master in strength? He only helps people differentiate between real and fake. Zhu Rendi corrected, I misspoke. It's not that he's not inferior to my master, it's that he surpasses my master by far. Zhu Zixuan was resolute. How can there be anyone stronger than my master? Zhu Rendi stated firmly, his arrival signifies the emergence of a new martial arts master. There are rumors that a martial arts master can single-handedly take down a fully trained army, evade any modern weapon as if it were nothing, and make ordinary people seem like ants in their eyes. Zixuan's expression tensed. How can you be a martial arts master at such a young age? In my opinion, he is not just a master, but far more formidable than any other. If he lives another 20 years, who will be able to match him? Our Zhu family should not become his enemy, no matter what. Looking back at Ye Chang, this person must be the divine healer that the Shen family is searching for. Surprisingly, we have encountered him so soon. By following him closely, the ultimate reward will surely be ours. Ye Chang walked faster, quickly reaching a dead-end alley and disappearing. The pursuer, looking around with a hint of surprise, muttered, where is he? This is a dead end. Where did that guy run off to? Did he spot me? Without waiting for his reaction, Ye Chang leaped down from above and pinned the man's head down, pressing him against the ground. Behave, give me a reason not to kill you, Ye Chang demanded. The man quickly began confessing. My name is Nuo, and I am a professional private detective. I'm 41 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and weigh 90 kilograms. At home, I have a 74-year-old mother and a 12-year-old daughter. I like collecting wrestling trading cards and often participate in off-site parties to compete with friends. I occasionally drink a bit of alcohol. The income of a private detective is quite erratic. This month, I helped find a lost dog and earned 2,000 yuan. As for my wife, she ran away with someone 2 years ago. I heard it was a neighbor named Anne. Recently, I've been dating blindly and will find a stepmother for my daughter. Nuo paused for a moment before continuing. Enough talking, who sent you here? Don't yell, I'm scared, it's Shen Haihua, Nuo said. He posted a reward all over Ye Chang. Whoever finds me will get 1,000,000. I gave Shen Haihua 3 days to live. If there's no cure for me after 3 days, he'll die. Can you follow me now? By then we'll split the reward 50-50, or even 7-3, it's fine. Ye Chang ignored Sunji's remarks and continued to browse through the store. He didn't care about his appearance or impressing anyone. As they left the store, Sunji insisted on buying Ye Chang a new phone so they could stay in touch. Despite Ye Chang's protests, Sunji purchased the phone and handed it to him with a smile. Now we can stay connected, she said. They soon arrived at the Jiangcheng Wanda shopping center, where Sunji picked out stylish clothing for Ye Chang. You look handsome with a little change, she remarked. Now if you go back to school, some female students will definitely strike up a conversation with you. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Do you need me to introduce someone? Sunji continued to talk about Ye Chang's love life, but he remained uninterested in her matchmaking efforts. Ye Chang muttered to himself in frustration. I've dedicated myself to self-improvement over the years. How could I possibly have time for love? As he thought back, Ye Chang realized that he had not always been devoid of romantic connections. There was a time before the incident with the Yi family when he had feelings for a girl named Xiao Si Shiran, who was admired by many as the school beauty. He summoned his courage to confess his feelings to her, only to be met with a condition. He had to publicly confess his feelings to the entire school. To his dismay, Sei Shiran rejected him in front of everyone, leaving him to become a subject of ridicule. Reflecting on this, the cold smile crept onto Ye Chang's lips as he thought, perhaps I was a loser back then, but now the 4 major clans in Jiangcheng mean nothing to me. Sunji observed the turmoil in Ye Chang and felt a pang of concern. Did my words hurt his self-esteem? She thought. Quickly she added, Ye Chang, if you haven't been in a relationship, don't be disheartened. I'm in the same situation, and I'm doing just fine, aren't I? Ye Chang lovingly ruffled Sunji's hair and reassured her, don't worry about it. Let's just focus on shopping. I want to get something nice for you. As they stopped in front of an Amani store, Ye Chang commented, I know the clothes here are expensive, but I want to get you something special. Before he could continue, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. It was He Xian, who recognized Sunji and started making snide remarks about her and Ye Chang. As he mocked Ye Chang, another man with glasses nearby chimed in, asking about Ye Chang's supposed downfall. He Chang gleefully recounted the embarrassing rejection Ye Chang had faced, and even suggested that he might have met an unfortunate end. Upon hearing this, Ye Chang's expression turned dark and his gaze became icy. He hadn't expected someone to still remember that incident after so many years. He declared in a cold tone, how bothersome. I'll ensure that you won't speak again. As Ye Chang was about to take action, Sunji suddenly pulled his arm back and said, don't pay attention to them. Let's continue shopping for clothes. Despite the calm exterior, He Xian continued to mock them, saying, 2 paupers dare to walk into Amani without even considering their own status. Ignoring the comments, Sunji pulled Ye Chang into Amani. Meanwhile, He Xian clung to her boyfriend's arm and teasingly said, Yuan, I also want to buy a few outfits. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. You can invite more friends if you like. Yuan licked his lips and replied, sure, let's go shopping. As Sunji and Ye Chang strolled, Ye Chang asked, why didn't you let me handle her? Sunji scolded, handle what? Since you arrived just a few days ago, I've already had to visit the police station because of you. After a while, they reached the Amani store and were captivated by a set of suits in the middle of the store. Sunji praised, it looks really beautiful and suits you perfectly. As the service staff elegantly walked out, they remarked, Madam has excellent taste. This is our most exquisite suit priced at 360,000 yuan. If you're interested, feel free to try it on. Sunji was taken aback by the price, thinking to herself, I knew this store was expensive, but I never imagined it would be this costly. I only have 30,000 yuan on my card. She hesitated and told Ye Chang. Upon closer inspection, the color doesn't quite suit you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hilarious. If you can't afford it, just leave. Why pretend? Stop talking nonsense. Whether I purchase it or not is my decision. I just don't like the color, but of course I have the money. Chen continued with more provocation. If you're poor, just admit it. Some people can't even afford high school because they have to pay for their brother's medical bills or something. Sunji fought back tears, her eyes welling up. Why are you being mean to me? Do you even know that my best friend is Sai Ran? If you're mean to me, don't stay in this city anymore. Chan turned to Ye Chang. And as for this poor soul, what do you want? Are you planning to be mean to me? Why don't you give it a try? Upon seeing Xian's arrogant attitude, Ye Chang reached his breaking point. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful slap across her face, causing her to fall to the ground. Sunji and Zhou Yuan were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Xian, holding her face, shouted at Ye Chang, boasting about her friendship with Sai Ran and her boyfriend's high status. Ye Chang remained unfazed by her words and coldly responded that it was irrelevant to him. Xian's boyfriend then boasted about his high-paying position as the financial director of the Northern Bright Group, warning Ye Chang not to underestimate him. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from the distance, announcing the presence of Shen Haihua, causing Zhou Yuan and Sunji to tremble in fear. They were astounded by the unexpected appearance of such a prominent figure in their midst. Zhou Yuan was the first to speak. Uncle Shen, why did you come here in person? Is it for the inspection of the new project? Xian, who was standing next to Zhou Yuan, added, Uncle Shen, my son Yuan talks about you often and admires you greatly. Shen Haihua, however, ignored their comments and quickly walked over to Ye Chang. With a smile on his face, he respectfully addressed Ye Chang. Mr. Yi, I have been looking for you anxiously. If you hadn't appeared, I might not be alive right now. Shen Haihua's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise, not only because of his acquaintance with Ye Chang, but also due to the respect and deference he was showing towards him. Sunji, who was standing next to Ye Chang, was amazed and wondered. He's not a newcomer to the city, so how does he know someone as important as Shen Haihua? Ye Chang, sounding slightly uncomfortable, replied, I once gave him an opportunity, but his family did not appreciate it. Shen Haihua calmly responded, Mr. Yi, I was not strict in my management. I have taught him a lesson and brought him here to apologize to you. After saying this, Shen Haihua turned around and called out, Rebellious child, come here and kneel in front of Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Shen Menglong immediately rushed back and fell to his knees in front of Ye Chang. Mr. Yi, I was in the wrong that day. Please forgive me. Zhou Yuan, who was standing behind him, was shocked by Shen Menglong's sudden display of humility. As a longtime city resident, he knew how arrogant Shen Menglong could be. He couldn't help but wonder about Ye Chang's identity, thinking, who is this person? Is he from the capital or a prominent family? Sunji, still in a state of fear, was unable to fully understand the current situation and stood there lost. Ye Chang glanced around and then took Sunji with him, saying, Let's go. First we'll visit the women's clothing store and then I'll buy something for you. Ignoring Shen Haihua, Ye Chang led Sunji away, leaving Shen Haihua behind. This is the first time I've seen someone so daring. He's truly an untouchable figure, Shen Haihua muttered to himself. After Ye Chang had left, Shen Haihua's expression changed drastically as he scolded his son. Look at the mess you've made. If Mr. Yi hadn't agreed today, you would have been kneeling here for the rest of your life. Do you realize how much trouble this could have caused? Shen Haihua then slaps Zhou Yuan hard in the face. How dare you tarnish the company's reputation and defend Mr. Ye? Starting today, you and your father need to pack up your things and leave the company. After letting out his frustration, Shen Haihua took a deep breath, trying to calm down before hurrying after Ye Chang. My fate is still in someone else's hands. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, he repeated to himself. Once they had finished shopping, Ye Chang and Sunji made their way back. Sunji happily linked arms with Ye Chang and said, "You bought clothes for me even though you can't afford the rent. You're so kind, and I'm really grateful." Ye Chang understood Sunji's perception of him, so he had only chosen discounted items and kept his wealth a secret. "I only chose discounted items because Sunji still thinks I'm as poor as before. Little did she know there's 10 million in my card. She truly is a good girl," he thought to himself. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment. "Mr. Yi, Miss I, please stop and accept these items as an apology for the inconvenience caused by our staff's rudeness," said Shen Haihua, approaching them with a smile. Sunji recognized the clothes as the ones she had tried on earlier, but hesitated to buy because of their high price. She was touched by the gesture and accepted the items graciously. Sunji's happiness brought a hint of satisfaction to Ye Chang. "Not bad," he muttered to himself. He understood that he couldn't find contentment within himself, so he decided to find a way through Sunji. "Shen Haihua, I will give you one last opportunity. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will visit the Shen family. Remember this, I can be your savior or your downfall." Trembling with joy, Shen Haihua replied, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I am willing to fulfill any requests you have in the future." After a stern warning from Ye Chang, Ye Chang hurried to Sai Shiran. He took a deep breath and said, "Shiran, I have something important to tell you. I just encountered Ye Chang. His personality has changed, but his appearance remains the same, and he still bears the same name." Without much astonishment, Shiran turned to Ye Chang and remarked, "He's back, isn't he?" Confidently, Sai Shiran declared, "I have dealt with him before and I am very experienced. Do not worry." Ye Chang then recounted the events at Van Dat Square to Shiran. After careful consideration, Shiran stated, "We are well aware of Shen Haihua's cunning and sophistication. You mentioned the possibility of him bowing to a young man, indicating the young man has a high position or formidable power. If Shen Haihua had fallen into the frozen lake of money, surviving would only result in him becoming homeless. I have no idea what achievements he may have made in the past few years, or how he could make someone like Shen Haihua bow down. But today, Shiran's main concern is how Ye Chang will handle this situation." Pausing for a moment, Sai Shiran laughed coldly. "Even if he has returned, so what? The city is not the same as it was 5 years ago. I say Shiran, and not the same person as 5 years ago. Back then, the Yi family had to bow before us, and that has not changed. We are still the dominant force in this city." The scene then shifted to a metropolitan apartment. Ye Chang and Sunji returned home with bags of various sizes. Sunji expressed her excitement. "Ye Chang, you are so considerate. How did you come to know Shen Haihua? The clothes here are all expensive brands that I wouldn't dare to buy." Ye Chang replied casually, "If you're satisfied, that's good. By the way, let me ask you, Ye Chang, won't you go meet Ye Ruoxui? She's the heiress of the Yi family, extraordinarily beautiful. Can you resist?" Sunji inquired. Without a care, Ye Chang turned on the TV and replied, "I'm not in a hurry. If someone wants to meet me, they'll have to come to me, especially the celestial daughter of the He family. If it's an heiress from a major family in the capital, I might consider." Suddenly, a breaking news alert appeared on the TV screen. Discovery of 2 male bodies in the city mansion this morning. The deceased have been identified as Chen Zhengguo, the head of the Chen Clan Association, and his son Chen Feng. The police determine it as a deliberate murder, and the perpetrator's methods are extremely frightening. Sunji felt a wave of fear wash over her upon hearing the news. She had seen Chen Feng and Chen Zhenggu just a few days ago, and in recent days she had been unable to sleep, fearing their revenge. She never thought they would be killed. Ye Chang's eyes narrowed as he remarked, "They have made a lot of enemies with their wrongdoings. It's only natural that someone would want to kill them." Sunji casually asked Ye Chang, "You didn't do this, did you?" Ye Chang leaned back and chuckled, "Of course it's me. I'm an advanced assassin, scaling walls and killing countless people." Sunji sighed, "Stop joking, the police are coming now." Sunji didn't believe it because what killer would admit to their crimes willingly? Despite Ye Chang's playful demeanor, she was sure he wouldn't actually commit murder. I don't care about you anymore. I'm going to try on clothes without anyone peeking. As Sunji entered her room, she needed to treat Shen Haihua early the next morning and couldn't wait for Zhu Rendi's medicine. Today she had to go out to buy some ingredients for preparing medicinal pills for Shen Haihua. Ye Chang was on his way home after purchasing herbal materials from a nearby traditional Chinese medicine store when a tall and slender beauty blocked his path. It was Bai Li Bing, the policewoman who had arrested him the day before. "Good evening, Ye Chang, we meet again," she said. He found the woman to be too much trouble and didn't want to get involved, so he chose to go another way to head home, saying, "I'm sorry, officer, I'm very busy today." Ye Chang had taken a few steps when a cold voice echoed, "Are you responsible for what happened at the Chen family clan?" "I'm curious how a kid who fell into an icy pond managed to survive." Hearing this, Ye Chang's eyes momentarily showed a dangerous glint, and a chilling aura surrounded him. He hadn't expected Bai Li Bing to know his identity. Bai Li Bing turned and walked in front of Ye Chang, saying, "I never thought that the waste from the Yi family clan could survive. Moreover, returning here with such formidable strength." Before Bing could finish her words, a hand grabbed her throat directly and lifted her up. Ye Chang asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Li Bing's face turned pale with fear. Although she practiced martial arts, her strength was not formidable. In front of Ye Chang, she dared not resist. Instinctively, Li Bing spoke softly, "Nothing, I just have a few things I don't understand. I just want to invite you for a meal." Ye Chang released Li Bing, saying, "No need, I have dinner plans with my host." Then he turned and walked away. Watching Ye Chang walk away, Li Bing couldn't help but ponder in silence. We are both past the prime age for martial arts training. How has he become so strong after just a few years of hardship? What has he been through? About 30 minutes later, Ye Chang returned home with the medicinal ingredients. Quietly, he made his way to the kitchen while Sunji was still asleep. "I didn't bring the alchemy furnace, so I'll have to use Sunji's electric stove instead. It may not be as efficient, but it should be enough to help Shen Haihua." Without much ado, Ye Chang started the electric stove and began to refine the medicinal ingredients. The process required a combination of the electric stove and his own spiritual energy. After an hour, he had successfully made 5 pills, which was more than enough to treat Shen Haihua's illness. Early in the morning, Sunji woke up to find Ye Chang leaving the house in a hurry. "Ye Chang, where are you going?" "I'm a divine doctor, so of course I have to help people in need. If there's anything at home, just let me know. And stop with the divine doctor nonsense. Go get a health check." In her heart, Sunji thought to herself, "He has the Trukna pill, maybe he knows a bit about medicine." With Ye Chang gone, the house was quiet and Sunji sat on the sofa lost in thought. Suddenly, she remembered something and murmured, "It's almost the anniversary of the Yi family. I guess I'll be the only one to pay respects this year. Why was the Yi family exterminated? Uncle Yi was straightforward and Ye Chang is very kind." As Ye Chang left the residential area of the city, Sunji noticed a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the parking lot, similar to the one she saw at the park earlier. Standing next to the car was Shen Mingjia, anxiously looking around. Shen Mingjia was dressed beautifully, and within the small community, a group of guys were speculating, "Hey, do you think that little beauty is waiting for a man or a woman?" Of course, she's waiting for her boyfriend. Would a rich girl like her wait for a man? If a woman is financially supported, she'll drive a BMW Blue, and the one driving has to be a strong man. Therefore, she might be waiting for a man. "Your analysis is spot on, my friend," added another person in the group. Ye Chang arrived and frowned. "I disagree with your analysis," he said. The two men turned to Ye Chang and asked for an explanation. "Why do you say that? Please explain. We only know she never waits for 2 people here." The overweight man pushed his glasses to the side and spoke confidently. "Kid, who do you think you are? Do you know what my nickname is? I'm the Little Prince. Many women have been through my hands, more than the number of meals I've had. Do you understand women?" Ye Chang shook his head. "I don't understand women, but I know the girl in the red dress is waiting for me, so your deductions are all wrong." The chubby man and everyone else laughed at Ye Chang. "Waiting for you, ha 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 ha. Even a beautiful girl like that doesn't look at the mirror. Our handsome brothers are afraid to approach her, and she's waiting for you. Driving a G-Class, why would she wait for you? You're a laughingstock. Mingjia saw Ye Chang and felt nervous. If Ye Chang doesn't show up or shows up late, her father is sure to die without a doubt. Mingjia had been eagerly waiting for Mr. Yi to arrive, and when she saw him approaching, she hurriedly ran towards him. Finally, Mr. Yi, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, she exclaimed. As they witnessed this interaction, the two thin men exchanged confused glances. Is he related to Mr. Ye? One of them wondered aloud. They turned to Mr. Yi and asked, is he a member of your family? At that moment, although Mr. Yi didn't smile, his face betrayed a hint of mockery. Finally, Mr. Yi, I've also been waiting for you. I apologize for my delay, he said. The two men departed together, leaving Mingjia to ask, are they your friends? I don't recognize them, but it seems like they refer to themselves as love saints and a little prince. Mr. Yi, you should be cautious. There have been many odd characters around here lately. The two men felt like jesters. Approximately 30 minutes later, Mr. Yi arrived at the Shen family mansion, where Shen Haihua and his wife anxiously awaited him. Finally, Mr. Yi, the day has arrived, Shen Haihua exclaimed. Examining the pills that Mr. Yi had brought, Shen Haihua appeared pensive. Mr. Yi, will the illness truly be cured simply by taking these pills? Is there no need for acupuncture or herbal remedies? He inquired. Mrs. Shen agreed with the idea of surgery, but Ye Chang insisted on taking all the pills at once. Shen Haihua hesitated for a moment, but seeing no other option, he swallowed the 5 pills quickly. As the rich medicinal aroma spread through his body, he felt a warmth and sensation he had never experienced before. Slowly he felt the traces of his illness disappearing. When he opened his eyes, the world seemed brighter and he felt as if he had been given a new lease on life. Grateful, he rushed to Ye Chang and offered him a medical fee of 100 million, as well as a property in the metropolitan area. He insisted that Ye Chang stay and have dinner with their family, expressing his eternal gratitude for saving his life. Ye Chang's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. On one hand, he didn't have a place to stay and couldn't refine Dan medicines at Sunji's place, so he couldn't refuse Shen Haihua's invitation. On the other hand, he hoped that Shen Haihua, being a business figure, would have information about the main conglomerate which was founded by his father and taken over after the annihilation of his family. Failing to find information on his own, Ye Chang saw an opportunity in Shen Haihua. Looking at Shen Haihua, Ye Chang initially declined the invitation, stating that he was busy and Sunji was waiting for him at home. Upon seeing Shen Haihua's disappointment, Ye Chang changed his mind and invited him to a meal the next evening at a place of his choosing. Shen Haihua eagerly accepted the invitation, and they arranged to meet again the following day. After leaving the Shen family estate, Ye Chang headed to the German medical center where Zhu Rendi had been waiting for him. Zhu Rendi expressed his relief at Ye Chang's arrival, mentioning that he had initially not had Ye Chang's phone number and was worried he might forget about their meeting. Zhu Rendi invited Ye Chang to come and inspect the medicinal herbs that had just arrived from Yan'an. Please take a look, he said. Ye Chang examined the herbs and remarked, these are better than I expected, very fresh. Knowing that Ye Chang wouldn't accept a voucher, Zhu Rendi offered the herbs at a lower price of 5 million, explaining that they were actually worth 10 million. Ye Chang accepted the offer, and then asked about Zhu Rendi's granddaughter, who was not present. Mr. Zhu explained that she was out with her master and would be back later. He had planned for her to apologize to Ye Chang with tea, but assured him that it was not a problem. Ye Chang handed Zhu Rendi a piece of paper and requested that he give it to his granddaughter upon her return, emphasizing its importance. Zhu Rendi, curious about the contents of the paper, wondered if Ye Chang was expressing gratitude towards him. However, before he could ask, Ye Chang inquired about where to purchase a pill furnace in the city. Zhu Rendi was taken aback by the mention of a pill furnace, as the art of refining pills had been lost for over 1,000 years. Alchemists were rare, and their skills were highly sought after, with the potential to elevate a martial arts family to great heights within just 3 years. Ye Chang's eyes narrowed, And then he grinned, saying, "Mr. Zhu, are you teasing me? How could I possibly know anything about alchemy? I simply enjoy collecting, that's all. However, if you're interested, you can join us in an auction next year. You might find what you need there. Whenever you decide to attend, please let me know in advance. And as for the herbal materials, arrange for them to be delivered to my apartment in the city." After leaving the shop, Ye Chang waited for about 10 minutes before Zhu Zixuan entered the German herbal hall with an old man. "Zixuan, did you cause trouble for your master today?" the old man asked. Zhu Zixuan appeared displeased. "Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Am I not good enough in your eyes?" Zhu Rendi scolded Zhu Zixuan with a stern look. "Last time, you offended Mr. Yi and were told to apologize. Instead, you ran away." Hearing this, Ye Chang's discomfort grew. "All day long, you only mention him. My master is much better than him. One strike can defeat a grandmaster." Zhu Zixuan's master spoke disdainfully. "Zixuan, be more courteous. There might be something extraordinary about Mr. Yi's place. I don't want to argue with you too. Zixuan, Mr. Yi asked me to give this to you, saying it would be good for you." Zixuan held the darkened paper in his hands, unable to decipher a single word. Frustration washed over him as he muttered, "I can't believe this is supposed to help me. The handwriting is so terrible, I can't even make it out." In a fit of annoyance, Zixuan flung the paper aside, much to the dismay of An Zhu. Just then, Master Qin, Zixuan's mentor, picked up the paper and read it quickly. His expression turned to one of horror, sweat glistening on his forehead as his legs trembled. He urgently grabbed An Zhu, saying, "Take me to the person who wrote this. They have been a great help to us. I understand what this says." Zixuan, baffled, interjected, "Master Ye Chang would never do anything to harm me." Qin shook his head, explaining, "Zixuan and I have been practicing the 7-Yang heart method, which I discovered in my youth. However, it is incomplete. It initially improved my abilities significantly, but as I continued, it began to cause issues, even affecting my internal organs." Zixuan's face drained of color as he realized, "I've been feeling unwell while practicing lately. Could it be because of this incomplete technique?" Qin Yuan Ming reassured Zhu Zixuan, "Zixuan, there's no need to be afraid. You're still young and your cultivation is not deep, so the impact on you is minimal. But for me, the consequences are substantial. If I continue practicing, I might suffer from organ failure and die, unless I give up cultivation." Zhu Rendi and Zixuan grew even more frightened upon hearing this. "Brother Qin, you're the guardian of the safety of the Zhu family. If anything happens to you, the Zhu family will undoubtedly be affected." But Qin Yuan Ming burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, that was in the past. Now thanks to this piece of paper, I've completed the technique. This paper is more than a miracle. From now on, there will be no more negative effects. Zixuan, we've encountered a benefactor, haven't we? Even Master says so. Who is Ye Chang after all?" After leaving the virtuous human sect, Ye Chang followed the address on the key. Finding the apartment Shen Hai Hui provided, he originally thought it would be a regular apartment, never expecting it to be a large, luxurious villa fit for someone living in a major city. Ye Chang entered the opulent house, fully aware of the luxury that awaited him. As he stepped inside, he couldn't help but be in awe of the grandeur of the interior. The spacious layout and rich furnishings were impressive, but being alone in such a grandiose abode only served to amplify Ye Chang's overwhelming sense of loneliness. He couldn't help but think of Sunji, who had just received a worrying call from her father and might not return that night. Ye Chang remembered how their previous home had been much smaller, but the three of them had been happy together. Now he was the last remaining member of their once joyful household. To add to the heaviness of his heart, he realized that the following day marked the anniversary of his parents' passing. In that moment, Ye Chang's fists clenched, and he felt a surge of determination coursing through him. "I will avenge my parents," he vowed with unwavering resolve. "I will rise up from the darkness, seeking justice for their deaths. I will personally bring the head of their killer to their gravesite. One day, the mighty will tremble, and even the humblest of lands will bow before me." As the doorbell rang, Ye Chang instantly knew that it was the delivery of the medicinal ingredients he had been waiting for. He hurried outside to find the workers unloading the goods, grateful for the spaciousness of his house. "I'm relieved that we have enough space to handle all these medicinal materials," he remarked. Suddenly a voice called out his name, and Ye Chang turned to see Zhu Rende, Zhu Zixuan, and an elderly man approaching him. Zhu Rende assured Ye Chang that the medicinal ingredients had been arranged as requested and offered further assistance. Ye Chang welcomed them, telling Zhu Rende to make themselves at home. Inside, Qin Yuanming knelt before Ye Chang, expressing deep gratitude for saving his life. This sight left Zhu Zixuan in shock, unable to believe that his mentor was kneeling before Ye Chang. Qin Yuanming explained that Ye Chang had not only helped him break through, but also saved him from potential danger. Ye Chang was taken aback and questioned why Qin Yuanming referred to him as a master, insisting that a true master is much more powerful. Upon hearing the statement, the three individuals were left completely confused. A martial arts grandmaster who doesn't know what a grandmaster is he truly powerful or not? Understanding the hierarchical division is the most basic lesson for martial artists. Ye Chang, noticing the bewilderment on their faces, quickly explained, "I have just recently come down from the mountain, and I am not well versed in the martial hierarchy of the mortal world. Master Yi has always been secluded on the mountain, far from worldly affairs, so it is possible that he is unaware. Let me explain on his behalf. In the mortal realm, martial arts are divided into 4 levels: external force, internal force, transition steps, and transition master. Each level has 3 stages: initiation, peak, and grand completion. For example, Zixuan has just entered the internal force stage, and Master Yi is a transition master." Upon hearing this, Ye Chang's eyes narrowed as he said, "The division of realms here is different from what our master taught us, but that's normal because our cultivation methods are different from those in the secular world. According to our classification, it is the rotting body realm, primordial key realm, key circulating realm, perfected body realm, true essence realm, and the superhuman realm. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers. Of course, beyond the superhuman realm, there are more formidable levels, but I have not reached them yet." Ye Chang, currently at the 5th tier of the primordial key realm, spoke in a low, intense voice. "Are there many martial arts masters in the secular world?" Qin Yuanming took a few seconds to think before replying, "I can't give an exact number, but most martial arts masters have ties to prominent families in the secular world. For example, in the River City, the 4 major families are the Zhu family, Zhao family, Lu family, and Chen family. Don't underestimate the Chen family, especially if their patriarch were to return. Unfortunately, the Chen family was wiped out recently, replaced by the Wan family. Chen Chenggu once threatened me with the old man before he died. I have no idea when the old man will return. Among the families, Chu Shiran impressed me the most. If it weren't for her humiliation, Ye Chang wouldn't have fallen and been considered useless. When Chu Shiran returns, I will show her what an untouchable existence is." Lost in thought, Ye Chang unintentionally emitted a terrifying aura with the intent to kill. Qin Yuanming felt a disturbing sensation in his heart. "Mr. Yi, why is there such a frightening killing intent emanating from him? How much blood has he shed to attain such capability at his age? He is truly an unfathomable character." Feeling hungry in the evening, Ye Chang went out, worried about Sunji, who hadn't returned home yet. He tried calling her with no luck and decided that if he couldn't reach her the next day, he would have to go look for her. "But right now, I need to find something to eat," he thought to himself. Ye Chang stopped at a restaurant and was surprised to see that it was empty, except for him. This was the restaurant of his high school buddy, Wang Yuheng. "The food here is delicious. It's been so many years, and it's still open," he thought to himself as he found a seat. As he ordered, Uncle Wang's wife approached with a hint of fear on her face. "Young man, we're closing today. You should go eat somewhere else. We'll be relocating. If you have the chance, you can visit our new store to support us." Ye Chang sensed that something was not right. This establishment had been operating for more than a decade, so why would they suddenly decide to relocate? When he saw the bruise on Aunt Wang's face, a result of a recent assault, his suspicions grew. Suddenly, Uncle Wang's voice echoed from a distance, "Don't drive away the customer." He approached Ye Chang, offering him a plate of skewers. "This is for you. If you wish to be our final customer, Thuk will fulfill your request. After you finish eating, there's no need to pay, but you must eat quickly." Ye Chang was perplexed by this statement as he held the skewer, his mouth watering. Just as he was about to take a bite, a chair came flying in through the door. Ye Chang effortlessly shattered it with a wave of his hand. A group of thugs then stormed into the establishment, with one of them declaring, "This uncle isn't half bad, but we don't have time to converse with him today. This place is shutting down. Get out now." The leader of the gang locked eyes with Uncle Wang and boisterously accused, "Wang, you have neglected to pay the protection money to us. Since you have failed to pay, how dare you continue to serve customers?" He advanced towards Mr. Wang, grabbing him by the collar and said, "Are you planning to keep this shop? We can't afford to pay that protection fee as a small business. I know you've been looking for a new location to avoid us. If you don't hand over 50,000 for protection by tomorrow, we'll destroy your new store." Mr. Wang was terrified by the threat. "If you don't pay within 24 hours, I will make sure you have no way to survive." He gestured to his gang to leave, and as they passed by, Ye Chang told Mr. Wang to stay put. "I'll join you after dealing with this situation." As Ye Chang took a few steps, a chilling voice stopped him in his tracks. "Have you left yet?" He turned around to see who's standing there. "Who are you talking to, kid?" Ye Chang smirked and replied, "I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to a dog." The same line was still being spoken. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Ye Chang stood confidently, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful slap to Mr. Hu's face. As Mr. Hu fell to the ground, the surrounding gang members were shocked by Ye Chang's lightning-fast action. They were unable to follow his movements as they exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had just happened. As Mr. Hu got back up and charged at Ye Chang, threatening to kill him, Ye Chang did not back down. With a swift and precise strike, he sent Mr. Hu crashing into the bamboo house's ceiling. It was clear to the gang that Ye Chang was not to be trifled with. With a stern and deadly look, Ye Chang warned the gang, "If any of you dare to cause trouble here again, you will not receive the same leniency." Witnessing Ye Chang's impressive martial arts skills, the gang members knelt before him, begging for forgiveness and promising not to cause trouble again. They asked if there was anything else they needed to remember in order to avoid further conflict. Ye Chang confronted Lin Hu with an icy glare and asked, "Are you done causing trouble?" Lin Hu, looking frightened, quickly apologized and promised not to bother the Yang family again. Ye Chang, exuding a threatening energy, warned Lin Hu to never show his face on the street again. As Lin Hu and his cronies hurriedly left, Ye Chang couldn't help but feel some remorse for causing a commotion in the store. Mr. Wang, recognizing Ye Chang, expressed his joy at seeing him alive and well. The store owners also recognized and praised Ye Chang for his growth and return. Currently, Ye Chang is feeling a mix of emotions. For the first time in a long time, he feels the warmth of family. His loneliness has lessened after sharing a meal with Mr. and Mrs. Wang. When he returned to Sunji's house, he was surprised to find someone inside. Assuming it was Sunji, he excitedly mentioned a delicious restaurant he had found. However, it turned out to be a woman he didn't recognize. The woman, Ruoxui, was surprised to see Ye Chang and questioned his presence. Ye Chang casually explained that he had just arrived and had no place to stay, and Sunji was his landlord. He remarked that she was quite daring to let a stranger like him stay there. Ye Chang poured a glass of water and said, "Sunji is not at home right now. Why don't you try to reach her at the company?" Ruoxui looked surprised. "I couldn't contact her. She also missed the high-level meeting this afternoon. Do you have any idea where she might be?" "Are you saying Sunji is missing?" Ye Chang exclaimed, growing even more worried. "If even you can't reach her, something might have happened to her. Maybe I'm being followed by an enemy. I need to go find her." He clenched his fists and started to leave the room, filled with fear and anxiety for Sunji. Behind him, Ruoxui called out, "Where are you going? It's none of your business." Ignored by Ye Chang, Ruoxui felt slighted. "You wanted to see me. Now that I'm here, you're leaving." Ye Chang just glanced at Ruoxui. Don't follow me? Ruixui felt humiliated by his treatment and anger welled up within her. You're the first person to talk to me like this. Not only is your prescription broken, but you're broken too. No, I need to stay calm. Something is off about Ye Chang. There's no information about him. When I found out he had the secret formula, I had investigators look into him, and all we found were blanks. Ruixui reassured herself, his prescription is important to me. I can't stray from my plan. Ye Chang stood outside, deep in thought. The city is too big, and I don't have my own network. I can't search for Sunji on my own. If I don't find her soon, it could be too late. I have no choice. I didn't want to involve him again, but it looks like I have to. He took out his phone and dialed a number. At that moment, on the top floor of the Tianlong building, the tallest skyscraper in Zhejiang province, Jianan Wine, 2 weeks in, received a call. Only 6 people in the world had this number. Without hesitation, he answered, "Who is this? Don't dare to investigate this number." Hearing the voice, he shivered and took a deep breath. The person on the other end continued, "If I find out you're sending people after me, I will destroy everything I've given you, including your life. I need you to find someone named Sunji, the CEO of My Corporation. She was last contact 10 hours ago. I need to know her current location, any potential threats, and her family situation. I want to know everything within 5 minutes." Jianan Wine held the phone tightly in his hand, a device he had owned for 3 years. Day and night, he patiently awaited the call from the man he referred to as the master of communication. Finally, his wish came true today, and a smile spread across his face. He called this person the communication master. 5 crucial minutes passed before he asked, "Have you liked the video yet?" Ye Chang received the information he had been searching for. At 11:35, Sunji left her house in a car with the license plate 180TS, heading to the People's Hospital in Wujing City. The car is still at the hospital. Sunji's sister fell ill at 11:28 and is currently undergoing emergency treatment, requiring immediate surgery. The surgical cost is 700,000. During this time, Sunji contacted 3 people, one from the car pawn shop, pawning the car for 50,000. I have more detailed information. Do you want me to send it to you? Ye Chang unconsciously nodded and hung up the phone, thinking to himself, certainly something has happened, but knowing her whereabouts makes it easier to handle. The following morning at the People's Hospital in Wujing City, Sunji's parents were in despair. "I've used up all my savings and sold the car, but I only managed to get 300,000 to cover house surgery. Are there any other options for us?" Sunji's parents were at a loss. "We've exhausted all of our funds and can only rely on your uncle's family now." "I've already called him," her mother said. Sunji was hesitant to depend on her uncle, as he had always looked down on their family. Soon enough, Uncle Tu and his wife arrived at the hospital. From a distance, they overheard Uncle Tu saying, "Why did you only come to us now that Sun Hao is in trouble?" Sunji smiled bitterly and thanked them for their help. Uncle Tu, also known as Sun Rongfu, looked at Sunji with admiration and made a comment about her beauty, saying, "I never expected his brother to have such a beautiful daughter. If she marries into a wealthy family in the future, the fate of the Sun family will change." Sunji's father spoke up, "Rongfu, you know that our family is struggling. We will pay you back later. If we can sell the house, I understand, but it's regrettable. If this had happened earlier, it would have been better. Right now, our business is declining and we don't have any extra money." Sun Rongfu was lost in thought. He knew that Sunji's family was struggling financially, and he worried that they wouldn't be able to repay the money for the surgery. He didn't want to see the money go to waste, especially when Sunji pleaded with tears in her eyes. "But Uncle Tu, if we don't go through with the surgery, Sun Hao's life will be at risk." His wife interrupted his thoughts, reminding him of a conversation he had with Mr. Lai about introducing someone to his son. She suggested that Sunji would be a suitable match and that it would secure Mr. Lai's promotion. Sun Rongfu's eyes lit up with admiration for his wife's cleverness as he realized the potential benefits of this plan. As he considered this new possibility, he asked Sunji if she already had a boyfriend. She blushed and remained silent, shaking her head. Although she understood their underlying intentions, she knew that she didn't have a boyfriend at the moment. Trying to keep a positive attitude, she smiled and said, "Well, that's great. Although Uncle Tu's business isn't going smoothly, Sun Hao's life is the most important, and we'll find a way to get the money for the treatment." Sunji was deep in thought, wondering about the meaning of Aunt Tu's words. She had heard rumors that Mr. Lee's son was looking for a wife, and she couldn't help but consider the potential benefits for her family. She knew that marrying into the Lei family could potentially cure her younger brother's illness and secure a better future for their family. Sun Rongai, however, was not on board with the idea, seeing it as nothing more than selling off his own daughter. He stood up abruptly, refusing to accept the idea and insisting that their family would find a solution on their own. Dong Haizhou intervened, issuing a threat and appealing to their sense of responsibility for Sun Hao's well-being. Despite their initial resistance, Sun Jai and Sun Rongui started to waver, feeling the weight of the situation. It was at that moment that a familiar voice broke through the tension. Ye Chang approached confidently, questioning why Sun Jai had kept her brother's illness a secret from him, and expressing his displeasure. The current situation left everyone there astounded, as people expressed their surprise. "You're Sun Jai's boyfriend? Why hadn't I heard the girl mention anything about this?" Ye Chang, with a cheerful smile, draped his arm around Sun Jai and said, "Well, Auntie, you know Sun Jai is quite shy." Sun Jai, beside him, became even more embarrassed, and the angry couple of Uncle Tu dropped the food they were holding, questioning Ye Chang. "Nonsense. Sun Jai said she doesn't have a boyfriend. Where did you come from claiming to be her boyfriend? No one believes you. Why don't you prove it to us?" At this point, Ye Chang looked at Sun Jai, smiled, and pointed to his face. "See, she doesn't believe it. Why don't we prove it to her?" Sun Jai never expected that Ye Chang would boldly declare himself as her boyfriend right in front of everyone. However, she understood that Ye Chang was trying to help her get out of trouble. Sun Jai closed her eyes and gave Ye Chang a kiss, leaving everyone perplexed with this unexpected display. "I thought they were just normal friends, but he really is Sun Jai's boyfriend. This is way too audacious." Sun Rongfu took a breath and composed himself before speaking again. "Sun Jai, you need to understand that the cost of the surgery is quite high, and not everyone can afford it." Ye Chang stepped forward confidently. "I have already taken care of Sun Hao's hospital fees. The amount is nothing for me." Sun Rongfu and his wife continued to question Ye Chang. "You claim to have 400,000, but we find it hard to believe. If you have paid the hospital fees, where is the receipt?" Ye Chang was a bit caught off guard by their attention to detail. He maintained his composure and casually replied, "The money was not paid directly to the hospital, but rather to Dr. Ye Chang Wai, a renowned doctor in Jiangcheng. He will be treating Sun Hao. You may be unfamiliar with him, but Dr. Ye Chang Wai is indeed a well-respected figure in Jiangcheng." Sun Rongfu and his wife were not easily swayed, and Ye Chang respected that. He then confirmed, "Yes, Dr. Ye Chang Wai is actually me." Sun Rongfu and his wife took turns mocking Ye Chang, questioning his credentials as a divine doctor. A voice interrupted them, reminding them that they were in a hospital. Sun Rongfu recognized the approaching doctor as Dr. Cao and eagerly greeted him. Dr. Cao, however, was more interested in Ye Chang and rushed over to greet him with excitement, addressing him as Ye Chang Ye. Ye Chang seemed confused and absent-minded, claiming not to remember Dr. Cao. This exchange left everyone present bewildered. Dr. Cao was taken aback by the statement, "I am Dr. Cao. We met before at Shen Haihua's house." Ye Chang suddenly remembered, and Sun Jai's parents were in disbelief. He really is a doctor. Why didn't Sun Jai tell us before? Understanding the situation, Ye Chang remarked, "So you were not lying about your medical expertise. I used to think you were just a swindler, preying on the wealthy." Sun Rongfu still expressed his dissatisfaction. "Dr. Cao, can this poor fellow be considered a divine doctor? He seems more like a swindler who specializes in deceiving the rich." Dr. Cao glanced at Sun Rongfu and then turned to Ye Chang. "Mr. Yi, who is this person?" "Just a noisy stranger." With a gesture, Dr. Cao signaled for 2 security guards to apprehend Sun Rongfu and his wife, stating, "These 2 are causing a disturbance, affecting other patients." I suspect they may be infected with the rabies virus. To limit the spread of the virus, I suggest these two patients should be humanely isolated immediately. They were led away, looking disheveled. Ye Chang put his arm around Dr. Ko and murmured, "Your medical expertise may be average, but your methods are quite ruthless, enough to impress Ye Chang." They should not have crossed paths with him. He gently guided Sunji while holding hands with Ye Chang. "Can you advocate for us? We will definitely raise enough money for the surgery." Dr. Ko overheard and realized, so Sun Hao is Ye Chang's girlfriend's brother. Seeing an opportunity to win Ye Chang's favor, he gave a thumbs up. "Prepare for Sun Hao's surgery. I will take charge of the operation in the next hour, as the lead surgeon, of course." Then Dr. Ko turned to Ye Chang. "Mr. Yi, leave this to me." Sun Zai also thanked Dr. Ko. Ye Chang, with some doubts, pulled Dr. Ko aside. "As the surgeon for Sun Hao's surgery, can you guarantee a full recovery with your approach?" Mr. Ko assured him, "Mr. Yi need not worry. I can handle the surgery myself, and there will be no complications." Preferring not to be indebted, Ye Chang handed Dr. Ko a piece of paper, saying, "Here's an acupuncture technique for beginners. It can greatly enhance your medical skills." Dr. Ko reviewed the document and was surprised. "This is the ancient practice of blood acupuncture. Under his guidance, your medical skills will improve significantly. As for the surgical expenses, I will take care of them." Dr. Ko assured Mr. Yi, "I will take full responsibility for all surgical costs." The family of Sunji expressed joy and amazement. Sun Hao's surgical expenses are being resolved so easily. "We are curious about Sunji's boyfriend." Later that evening, Sunji, "Go home first. If there are any issues, your parents will call you. Also, your dad wants to talk to you about something." Sun Rongui whispered to Sunji, "Even though you and Ye Chang are in a relationship, living together would be inconvenient. You must take necessary precautions before getting married." Feeling embarrassed and angry, Sunji exclaimed, "Dad, what are you talking about? I can't believe you have such a mindset." Sunji was angry at Ye Chang for eavesdropping on a conversation and scolded him, telling him not to say anything more. As they were about to leave, Sunji realized she had lost her car and told Ye Chang she might need to take a date off to redeem it. Ye Chang then surprised her by producing her car keys and offering her the use of his car. She was grateful and hugged him, and they got into the car together. Once inside, Sunji asked Ye Chang why he helped her, and he cryptically replied that she might find out tomorrow. Sunji was growing increasingly impatient as he asked, "What's the plan for tomorrow? Ha 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 ha, just hold on a bit longer." As they continued to talk, Sunji suddenly felt a chill in the car. "Ye Chang, I'm freezing. It seems like the car's air conditioning is broken." Ye Chang's expression turned serious, his sharp eyes picking up on a sense of danger. He instructed Sunji, "Don't question me. Listen carefully to everything I'm about to say." Despite the car still being in motion, Ye Chang opened the car door, surprising Sunji. He told her, "First, the moment I step out of the car, you need to run as fast as you can back to the apartment and don't stop for anything. No matter what you hear or see, keep going. Second, once you're home, take my phone and hide in my room. Third, in the call, log on my phone, dial the closest contact and tell them to send the strongest person to your location within 30 minutes. If someone breaks in after that time, don't resist, surrender, and I will come to save you." The event happened so quickly that Ye Chang leaped out of the car in a flash. He knew that ordinary people couldn't handle the battles of martial arts experts, and having someone by his side would only make things more dangerous. He realized that fighting alone was not enough and having his own forces would be more beneficial. Moments later, a car pulled up in front of Ye Chang. A young man in a suit got out, but Ye Chang paid him no mind. His attention was on the middle-aged man who exuded an air of a grandmaster. The man addressed Ye Chang, acknowledging his title and the survival of the Yi family remnants. Ye Chang's eyes narrowed as he asked if the man was there to kill him, referencing a past incident at Van Ho Mountain Villa. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, dismissing Ye Chang as trash that didn't warrant his personal attention. He accused Ye Chang of overestimating himself. The man in the suit turned towards Ye Chang and approached gracefully, but his speed was not slow. With eyes full of malice and an aura covering his entire body, he lunged towards Ye Chang, unleashing a powerful attack, saying, "Young man, I will give you a quick death." Ye Chang's eyes were as cold as ice. He lifted one foot to block the attack effortlessly and in a split second remarked, "You're really weak." Ye Chang threw a punch at the driver's head, instantly killing him. The middle-aged old man looked at the lifeless body of his subordinate, angrily saying, "Worthless scum begged for a chance, yet couldn't even withstand a single strike." At this moment, Ye Chang's body was enveloped in a murderous aura, bloodlust coiling around him like hellfire. The middle-aged man's expression slightly changed in horror. "Bloodlust, I didn't expect you to gather it. Young man, cultivating for years, you've achieved remarkable results. Allowing you to grow will be very dangerous. Today, I must kill you." The man in the suit turned to Mr. Miao and expressed, "Allow me to take care of this, Mr. Miao." The older man gave a slight nod in agreement. The man in the suit then turned towards Ye Chang with a cold, menacing look in his eyes as he prepared to attack. The old man laughed scornfully, looking down on Ye Chang's abilities and said, "5 years ago, I ordered the attack that wiped out your entire family. You may have killed your subordinate in one move, but that just shows me you have some skill. In the end, I will have my way and you'll become my pawn for retaliating against him. Today, you will take his place." Ye Chang responded with a cold chuckle, "You're overestimating yourself, relying solely on your mediocre martial arts skills." A flicker of fear crossed the old man's eyes as he looked at Ye Chang. Around Ye Chang, spiritual energies gathered, forming the shape of menacing demons with razor-sharp teeth and claws. Ye Chang asked in a chilling tone, "When did you start thinking I was weaker than you?" As the old man stared at him with intensity, a hint of fear crept onto his face as he wondered, could this kid have reached master level? It's impossible. Don't think you can die as easily as that other guy. Ye Chang's expression turned frigid as the middle-aged man felt a frightening inner turmoil. "I have spent 40 years cultivating, using countless resources to just enter the realm of masters," he muttered, his body trembling. "Don't get too comfortable. Even though I don't know what dark arts you're using and you've reached this level in just a few years, experience will always make a difference." Taking a step forward, the middle-aged man's body resembled that of a hunting leopard as he charged towards Ye Chang, craving dents in the ground with each step. His attacks were relentless as he shouted, "Today, Neo Jingu will claim your head." Ye Chang's eyes were cold as he circulated vital energy through his arms, leaving scratches and traces of blood on his hands with every strike. Neo Jingu stepped back, laughing coldly. "Impressive. You're able to block all of my attacks, but how long can your hands withstand the pressure? You are indeed stronger than I anticipated, managing to cause a scratch on my skin. I underestimated you, but can you keep scratching my hands a few more times?" Neo Jingu's face contorted in realization as he looked down at his broken fingers. Across from him, Ye Chang sneered, confidently proclaiming, "Distance and experience mean nothing. Today I will demonstrate my true power to you." A fierce aura surrounded Ye Chang as he soared into the air, spirits howling around him. Neo Jingu smirked, feeling victorious as he saw Ye Chang leap into the air. Attacking from above. "Consider this my win, you're still too inexperienced." With a focused concentration of energy, Neo Jingu unleashed a technique to sever both of Ye Chang's legs, taunting him triumphantly. However, his triumph turned to shock as the image of Ye Chang in the air dissipated, an illusion created by Ye Chang through condensing evil spirits. Neo Jingu was left bewildered as Ye Chang appeared above him, his power beyond anything he had imagined. With one swift blow, Neo Jingu crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, thoroughly defeated and weakened. Ye Chang let out a sigh, his icy eyes surveying Neo Jingu. "You are undeniably skilled, you have quite the resilience, but the game has only just begun," he said. Neo Jingu heard the sound and struggled to lift his head, his vision blurred as he muttered, "This can't be happening, it's impossible." Ye Chang approached slowly, reaching out to grasp Neo Jingu's head and lift it up. "I will give you a chance. Answer my questions and I will consider sparing your life. First, how did you discover my existence and how many others are aware of it? Mio Jingu hesitated before asking, if I tell you, will you really let me go? Ye Chang's expression turned sour as he pressed Mio Jingu's head down onto the ground. Do you still think you can negotiate with me now? Filled with fear, Mio Jingu reluctantly complied. A few days ago, I came across someone searching for information about you through web data, which intrigued me. I misused the search to find videos and images related to you. The resemblance to the missing Ye Chang was strikingly similar. That's why I sought you out, as Long Jia had warned that anyone from the Yi family should not exist. Long Jia took everything from me. Ye Chang interrogated Mio Jingu, placing one foot on him and demanding answers. What is Long Jia's real name? Where is he? And does he know about me? Mio Jingu bitterly chuckled and replied, I'm just a small character, so I don't know Long Jia's real name. But I know that in the entire martial world and the noble families in the capital, everyone reveres Long Jia as Master Long. Your existence is an opportunity I don't have, because I don't know where he is. You don't have the right to face Long Jia directly, that's correct. Ye Chang pressed for more information. Why did Long Jia annihilate our Yi family? Was it because my father offended him? I recall that Long Jia was searching for something, and according to the information I obtained, that something was within the Yi family. As Ye Chang pondered, he thought, something, could it be the stone my father gave me? If that something is within the Yi family and can attract his attention, it must be the reincarnation cemetery inside the stone. Suddenly, a phone in Mio Jingu's pocket rang, interrupting their conversation. Mio Jingu's attitude toward Ye Chang took a dark turn when he received a phone call. He taunted Ye Chang, threatening his girlfriend's safety and demanding his compliance. However, Ye Chang remained unfazed, asserting his power over Mio Jingu. As the tension escalated, Sunji, feeling uneasy and followed, rushed to her apartment. Upon arriving, she dialed the closest contact number as instructed by Ye Chang. Outside, a group of people in suits and demon masks appeared, determined to capture Sunji without leaving any witnesses. Sunji made a frantic phone call from her room, urgently asking, "Hello, is someone there?" The line connected and she quickly stated, "I'm Sunji. I live in apartment 1003 at the Jiangqing Grand Complex. Ye Chang told me to request the strongest person to come here within 30 minutes, please hurry." As she was speaking, she heard the sound of a door being unlocked from outside. The person on the other end of the line uttered a single word before abruptly hanging up. Sunji felt a surge of fear, wondering, why did they hang up so quickly? Could they have reported this call to the police? Meanwhile, at the Team Long Tower, Jiangnan Wang's expression turned angry. It didn't matter whose voice was on the phone. All he knew was that anyone who dared to harm the Electric Lord was an enemy of his. He bellowed, "Who's there?" Instantly, two masked figures appeared before him. Jiangnan Wang ordered, "Send out the command. Head to Jiangqing immediately. If anything happens to that woman, bring me their heads." The two individuals swiftly departed to carry out the order. Even after assigning the task to his subordinates, Jiangnan Wang couldn't shake his unease. He immediately arranged for a helicopter to take him to Jiangqing. The subordinate urgently informed Yi Lingtian, "My lord, the final negotiation with the 6 major clans is tomorrow, and it's crucial for the situation in Jiangnan province." Yi Lingtian scoffed and slammed his hand on the table. "Tell them I won't be attending. If they have a problem with that, they can come to the Tamelong Tower and seek me out." Meanwhile, in the residential area of Jiangqing Grand Complex, Sunji sensed an intruder in her home. Suddenly, the sound of someone breaking in could be heard from outside. The intruder entered the house and declared, "This is the place. Find her quickly, beautiful lady, hide well. If I find you too easily, I'll kill you." Shortly after, they arrived at Ye Chang's room, and one of them proclaimed, "She's in here. Miss, come out quickly, and I'll make your death painless." Another person chimed in, "No, don't listen to him. I wouldn't torture her slowly." Their leader intervened, "No killing. I can't reach Mr. Miao. The situation may have changed. Keeping her alive could be valuable, and we can have some fun with her. Hey, beautiful, I'm here." After one of them stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow to the door, there was a loud bang. Inside the room, Sunji was certain that the wooden door would easily shatter. To her surprise, the door not only remained intact but also emitted a strange blue light after the strike. She had no clue what Ye Chang had done to the door. Outside, a voice filled with astonishment exclaimed, "How is it possible that my strike had no effect on the door?" The men surrounding them were equally shocked. Is there some hidden force in this door? Suddenly, a green flame appeared on the arm of the man who had struck the door, and an intense heat rapidly spread across his body. The flames revealed the image of a demonic and eerie head. He screamed in agony before collapsing on the ground, instilling fear in the remaining men. "He's dead. I don't know what's on this door, but it seems we can't directly destroy it with force. If we attack forcefully, we might be devoured by the evil spirit on the door. Perhaps the person Mr. Mio wants us to kill this time is not ordinary." They made eye contact for a brief moment before one of them spoke. "Give me 20 seconds. With those words, he produced a lock-picking tool. Sunji trembled inside the room, knowing that one of them had died from the earlier groans. Suddenly, the doorknob turned and made a sound. "Beautiful lady, I've arrived," a masked man declared as he pushed the door open, his eyes filled with desire as he gazed at Sunji. "Truly beautiful. Just for you, we lost a brother. You have to compensate us." Sunji pleaded in fear, "Please don't come over here." Another man nearby warned, "Don't go too far, make sure she stays alive." They drew closer to Sunji, and in that moment, she remembered Ye Chang's promise to come and save her as long as she stayed alive. "Ye Chang, where are you now?" Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the window. A knife darted in, directly stabbing the head of the assassin. He fell dead on the spot. As the figure appeared at the window, a chilling voice echoed through the room. "Those from Jiangnan Wang dare to meddle. They must be seeking death." The onlookers, frozen in fear at the sight of their allies being swiftly dispatched, were further horrified when the words, "Jiangnan Wang," rang out. "You may be an assassin, but your martial skills are lacking," taunted the voice. Before the speaker could finish, a blade was thrust into his skull from behind, leaving the remaining person stunned. He knew of Jiangnan Wang, but why was he connected to them? The survivor pondered, realizing that offending the 6 leading clans in the south would have been a better fate. Kneeling in surrender, it was futile as another blade swiftly ended his life. In a daze, Sunji realized she had been rescued. 2 figures from Jiangnan Wang approached her, bowing their heads and proclaiming, "Miss Sun, fear not, we are allies of Mr. Yi." Shocked, Sunji wondered, who is this Ye Chang? Meanwhile, at the Tiandang Mountain, a cemetery filled with tombstones painted a desolate picture. A figure was dragging something up the stairs. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Chang, carrying the lifeless body of Miao Jinggu. He traversed through rows of tombstones, eventually stopping in front of the graves of his parents and himself. "Today is the anniversary of my parents' death, and I have a gift for both of you," he muttered. Standing in front of the tombstones of his parents, Ye Chang tossed Miao Jinggu to the ground, causing him to roll in front of their graves. "Kneel down for me," Ye Chang commanded. Miao Jinggu, a martial arts master, couldn't bear this humiliation. "I am a subordinate of the Long family. I cannot kneel before ordinary people," he retorted. Miao Jinggu glared at Ye Chang and declared, "If you're skilled, then kill me." Without hesitation, Ye Chang reached out and seized Miao Jinggu's head. "I told you to bow down," he uttered. As he spoke, he pressed down on Miao Jinggu's head, and immediately blood spilled as his head detached. Ye Chang proceeded to decapitate Miao Jinggu 10 times, then 20 times, until there was no sign of life left in him. Ye Chang's expression turned icy as he spoke. Now is the time for payback. With a swift motion, he summoned a sharp energy that slashed through Miao Jinggu, causing his head to roll to the ground. Placing it before his parents' gravestone, Ye Chang vowed, "Mom, Dad, this is just the beginning. I will make sure that everyone involved with the Van Ho mansion 5 years ago, including the man in the capital, will atone for their sins by my hands." The next day, Sunji made her way to Tiandang Mountain, Reflecting on the previous night's events, she couldn't shake the feeling that Ye Chang was becoming more unpredictable. As she approached the Yi family's grave, she was surprised to find Ye Chang, inebriated, leaning against the tombstone. His presence stirred conflicting emotions in Sunji, as she knew that Ye Chang shouldn't be in that place. The truth hit Sunji like a ton of bricks. Ye Chang is actually Ye Shen, she realized, feeling foolish for not figuring it out sooner. How could she have missed the signs? He had always been there for her, protecting and helping her. Embracing him with a sense of heartache, she acknowledged the profound change he had gone through in the past 5 years. "You don't have to endure those things alone anymore," she assured him. As they stood before the gravestone, Sunji addressed her late uncle, expressing her surprise at Ye Shen's return. "I will take care of him and make sure he becomes a good man," she promised, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Ye Chang opened his eyes and nonchalantly took a sip from his wine flask. Sunji, noticing his intoxicated state, urged him to go home. "You reek of alcohol. Let's go home, take a shower and rest," she insisted, reminding him of her promise to his parents to take care of him. Ye Chang asked Sunji, "Will you marry into my family and become my parents' daughter-in-law?" Sunji happily responded, "I will take on the role of your parents' daughter-in-law until you find a wife. Let's go home now." As they walked back, Ye Chang gazed at his parents' gravestone and thought to himself, "This is what my parents would have wanted to see." On their way home, they encountered a woman named Sai She Ran on Tianlang Mountain. She had been plagued by nightmares the night before and had ended up there by coincidence. Sai She Ran stumbled upon a mysterious cloth bag placed on the Yi family grave. Curious, she opened it and found a severed head inside. Shocked and trembling, she recognized the head to belong to Miao Jinggu, a renowned martial arts master. Sai She Ran urged investigators to review the cemetery cameras to identify the person who had visited the Yi family grave. Waking up to the sound of knocking in the urban area, Ye Chang groaned as he felt the throbbing pain in his head from drinking too much the night before. He glanced over to see Sunji waking up as well, and asked her why she was sleeping in his bed. As he chuckled, Sunji scolded him for being a terrible drunkard and insisted that she only craved his head, not him. She expressed her frustration at being hugged to sleep and reeking of alcohol from him. As the doorbell rang, Sunji asked Ye Chang to answer it since she couldn't meet someone in her current state. To their surprise, it was Shen Mengjia at the door. Ye Chang was puzzled as to why Mengjia was there, and she explained that they had come to find him because he had invited her father for dinner, but they were unable to reach him. When Ye Chang suddenly remembered and said to Mengjia, "Let's meet at 14 Tran Dui Han tonight at 7:30, the present scene in the Shen family's car shifted. Shen Haihua asked Mengjia, "What kind of restaurant is at 14 Tran Dui Han? Your dad and I have no idea, it might not even be in Jiangcheng." The driver then chimed in, "Mr. Shen, I am familiar with the place, but it's a bit." Shen Haihui interrupted, "As long as you know, that's good enough. Even if it's a bit pricey, it's worth it to treat Mr. Yi to a nice meal." The driver hesitated, "Mr. Shen, that place is actually a lesser-known street food alley with only small shops. The average spending there is around 30 yuan. Upon hearing this, both Shen Haihua and Mengjia's expressions froze. Mengjia blurted out, "Your dad took hundreds of millions from us for medical treatment, and now he's taking us to an unclean street food place. How stingy." Shen Haihua responded with a faint smile, "Anyway, he's a master, perhaps he likes that place." A few minutes later, Shen Haihua's car pulled up in front of the restaurant. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang couldn't help but admire the expensive and impressive car. "Whoever drives that kind of car shouldn't be coming to our small shop," Uncle Wang remarked. Just then, Ye Chang spoke up from the back, "Uncle Wang, this is a guest I've invited. Please make sure to prepare a big table for us." Shen Haihua greeted everyone loudly as he entered. "The moment I stepped in, I could smell the delicious aroma. This is indeed the restaurant I chose." Uncle Wang warmly welcomed everyone to their table, and Shen Mengjia couldn't help but exclaim, "The food here is unexpectedly delicious, very affordable, and has a unique flavor." As he looked around, Shen Haihua took note of the simple decor and the remote location of the restaurant. He noticed that there was only one table of customers. The prices are reasonable, and the food is great, but the situation here is not ideal. They need more customers, he thought to himself. He quickly instructed his driver, Shou Su, get in touch with the company's media department. Even if this street food alley isn't well known, I want this restaurant to be fully booked in the future. It's an easy fix, don't worry. Mr. and Mrs. Wang were shocked beyond belief. Where did he come from? Just one sentence and he can do this. His actions are a true reflection of Ye Shen's reputation. It's unbelievable. Mr. Shen, we appreciate your concern. On behalf of Mrs. Wang and myself, I thank you. I can't accept what Yi said, Mrs. Wang said. Shen Haihua continued, Yi, inviting me to dinner, I suppose it's not just about a meal, is it? Ye Chang put down his chopsticks, nodding. Mr. Shen, true to your reputation as a skilled businessman, you get the point. Since you brought it up, I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Shen, how much do you know about the Tianjin Group? Upon hearing about the Tianjin Group, Shen Haihua's eyes narrowed, his face filled with horror. 5 years ago, the Tianjin Group, owned by the Yi family, was built single-handedly by Yi Hongtad. However, in the tragedy of the Van Ho mansion, the Yi family was wiped out, Yi Hongtai died, and the Tianjin Group was torn apart by various forces. Shen Haihua looked at Ye Chang curiously. Mr. Yi, why are you so concerned about the Tianjin Group? Initially, it was the third family business in the Yi family's portfolio. Shen Haihua was suddenly struck by a realization as he looked at Ye Chang, his eyes widening in shock. Mr. Yi, could it be that the young man in front of me is the missing member of the Yi family from years ago? Not only did he not die, but he also returned with the power of resurrection. Ye Chang, sensing Shen Haihua's reaction, revealed his true intentions. It seems Mr. Shen has figured it out. I have a specific purpose in inviting you here. I want to reclaim the Tianjin Group. Upon regaining his composure, Shen Haihua let out a sigh and turned to Ye Chang. Mr. Yi, you truly want to reclaim the Tianjin Group. It must be reclaimed. Please tell me where the Tianjin Group is. 5 years ago, the Tianjin Group was split, with complex forces involved, the most significant being the Fan Ho Group, led by Zhang Jingming. He was my father's friend and someone I trusted, but it was he who sent the invitation that led to my father's demise. Ye Chang exuded a powerful sense of anger, causing Sunji to place her hand on his shoulder in concern and say, Ye Chang, calm down. Assuring her that he was fine, Ye Chang was taken aback when Shen Haihua offered to gather information about the Fei Ho Group and work with him to handle the situation. Ye Chang expressed his surprise at the offer and expressed concern about implicating the Shen family, but Shen Haihua was determined to assist him. Sensing that her father was nervous but had made up his mind to align himself with Ye Chang, Shen Mengjie realized the significance of the situation. Sunji, understanding the business dynamics at play, advised Shen Haihua that their partnership was not solely for profit, but to support Ye Chang in his time of need. She also assured Shen Haihua that if the Shen family encountered any difficulties in the future, she would be there to help. After getting Ye Chang's approval, Shen Haihua felt overjoyed and said, If this works out, it will be a huge achievement for the Shen family. After dinner, Ye Chang and Sunji left the restaurant. Sunji expressed her happiness to Ye Chang. If we can retrieve the Min Qin Group, my family will be thrilled. Ye Chang agreed with her. At that moment, Ye Chang noticed a few people following him, but he could tell that they were from Yi Lingtian's faction and meant no harm. Ye Chang, we're running low on snacks at home. Should we buy some more? Ye Chang declined. No need, I'm not hungry. Sunji then offered to go buy some just in case someone got hungry. After Sunji left, Ye Chang called Jiang Nan Wang. Sunji is safe. Thank you for your help. Jiang Nan Wang was thrilled to hear from Ye Chang and said, Yes, Dian Zhu. I'm in Jiangcheng and I won't call you that anymore. Excitedly, Jiang Nan Wang exclaimed, Dian Zhu's reaction is amazing. I am in Jiangcheng. Ye Chang reluctantly agreed to meet Dian Zhu at the Yuhao Club at 8 p.m. that night. As he arrived at the club, he couldn't help but feel surprised that it belonged to Yi Lingtian, a top club in Jiangcheng. Shairan joined him at 10 p.m., expressing her frustration about the lack of progress in Miao Jinggu's case. She suspected that someone was deliberately obstructing their investigation and speculated that even they wouldn't be able to touch this person. They made plans for Dad to contact the head of the security bureau for help. As they entered the club, Sei Shigran noticed that it was filled with many powerful figures, a far cry from its usual atmosphere. Sei Shigran's father scanned the surroundings and then said to her, "Do you see that hunched old man over there? I have some business with him. You may not know who he is." Her father lowered his voice. "I know him, but he might not know me. He is the person behind this club." Sifu continued, "Don't underestimate him because of his hunch. He is a powerful martial arts master, and that's why no one dares to mess with this club." Sai Shiran, with a hint of concern, asked, "Dad, I don't understand. Even with a formidable guardian, shouldn't major family clans fear the Yu Hao Club?" Her father replied, "There is someone else behind this club, Jiang Nan Wang Yi Ling Tian." Hearing the name Jiang Nan Wang Yi Ling Tian, Sei Shiran seemed to understand. Although the Sai family is the #1 family in Jiangqing, its influence is mainly in Jiangqing. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan Wang casts a shadow over the entire Jiang'an region. Sifu continued in a hushed tone, "I dare not think about it. The difference in strength between Jiang Nan Wang and us is too great. The security personnel will arrive soon, and I will handle them properly. You can explore around a bit." Shiran always felt a sense of unease, haunted by the image of Miao Jinggu's death every time she closed her eyes. She believed that his death was not as important as the person who had killed him, and she was sure that he had showed respect to the Yi family with his head. As per the agreement with Yi Ling Tian, Ye Chang arrived at the bar. To his surprise, he crossed paths with Shiran. She was taken aback and thought to herself that even if Ye Chang was still alive, the Yi family had been wiped out and he would be reduced to begging on the streets. She decided to show him some kindness out of pity for his situation. Approaching Ye Chang, Shiran greeted him and introduced herself. Ye Chang responded coldly, prompting Shiran to find his attitude intriguing. She mistook him for someone else and mentioned that he resembled a former classmate of hers who had a pitiful background. She offered her business card and assistance should he ever need it, referring to the Sei family in Jiangqing. Ye Chang threw the business card aside, letting it flutter to the ground. Without a second thought, he pressed his foot down on it, much to Shiran's surprise. "I have no interest in the Sei family, so please leave," he stated coldly. Shiran's expression hardened. "You're incredibly arrogant. You'll regret this in the future." Unmoved, Ye Chang simply said, "Go away." This only fueled Shiran's anger, but Ye Chang couldn't hide his frustration. "I won't repeat myself." Shiran lost her temper and made a swing towards Ye Chang. Just as her fist was about to connect, a firm voice intervened, "Stop." The voice belonged to Da family, the manager of the establishment. Da family asked, "What's going on here?" Startled, Shiran explained, "This is someone else's territory. He should show some respect." Shiran quickly changed her tone. "Hello, Da family. I am Sei Shiran from the Sai family. I have always admired the reputation of the Da family." Before the words were fully spoken, Da family stepped in. "Regardless of your family, leave now. If you don't expect to ever set foot in this club again." Sei Shiran's expression changed dramatically. "I apologize, I'll leave immediately." She hurried away, casting a glance at Ye Chang and muttering to herself, "Consider yourself lucky." Inside the room, Ye Chang, seated, asked, "It's time. Why hasn't Yi Ling Tian arrived yet?" Da family, bowing slightly, replied softly, "Perhaps he's facing some trouble on the way. Mr. Yi, please don't worry." Ye Chang declared solemnly, "I'll give him 3 minutes. If he doesn't show up by then, tell him to never come back." Da family cursed silently. What kind of background does this kid have to be so disrespectful to Jiang Nan Wang? If it weren't for Jiang Nan Wang's order, I wouldn't be serving you with my status. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian entered the room. Da family hurried forward, bowing to greet Jiang Nan Wang. In his perception, after a year, Jiang Nan Wang seemed even more formidable. Yi Shen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Nan Wang, clearly displeased. "You're finally here. You made me wait, and my time is valuable. he said with a hint of irritation. The family, sensing Ye Shen's unease with Jiang Nan Wang, quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, Jiang Nan Wang is incredibly busy." In response, Jiang Nan Wang immediately knelt before Ye Shen, pleading, "Dian Zhu, please forgive my tardiness." The room fell silent, with even the members of Da family left speechless, their faces pale. They couldn't comprehend why Jiang Nan Wang, known for his power and authority, was kneeling before Ye Shen without hesitation. The old man accompanying Yi Lingtian was lost in thought, pondering the situation. Even the 6 major families of Jiangnan province have to answer to Yi Lingtian. What is he planning? He mused. Ye Chang's tone turned cold as he made it clear that he didn't like being addressed as Dian Zhu. Sensing the tension, Yi Lingtian quickly apologized. "Dian Zhu, forgive me. I couldn't contain my excitement upon seeing you." This seemed to ease the tension in the room, but the old man couldn't shake off the shock of seeing a young man like Ye Shen commanding the respect of Jiang Nan Wang and controlling the underground power of Jiangnan province. Since the beginning of this power, the highest command position has always been empty. Jiang Nan Wang has insisted that he only takes orders from one person, Dian Zhu. Now that this person has appeared, they couldn't deny the legendary truth. The Da family and the old man behind Yi Lingtian's legs trembled. Hurriedly kneeling down and pledging allegiance to Ye Chang, "We pay our respects to Dian Zhu." Witnessing this scene would surely leave anyone in awe. Ye Shen reluctantly shook his head and said, "I am not Dian Zhu. Yi Lingtian, stay here, and everyone else, leave." Yi Lingtian nodded, stood up, and turned to his subordinates, instructing them, "Guard the door outside. If anyone causes trouble, kill them, no matter who they are." The 2 members of the Da family immediately went outside to carry out the orders. With everyone gone, Yi Lingtian spoke to Ye Shen without hesitation. "Dian Zhu has them guarding us. There will be no eavesdropping or disturbances." At this point, Ye Shen turned and cast a suspicious look at Yi Lingtian. "Yi Lingtian, I really can't figure out why you keep calling me Dian Zhu. Is it because I saved you at Van Yukok several years ago?" While Ye Shen was cultivating at Van Yukok, he unexpectedly encountered Yi Lingtian and his group of disciples who were surrounded by martial arts experts, seemingly destined to die. Despite his initial indifference, Ye Shen's concern grew when he learned they were from Jiangnan. Meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign land is fate, he realized. Using a talisman given by his master, Ye Shen defeated 10 formidable opponents and saved Yi Lingtian's life. Grateful, Yi Lingtian expressed his gratitude and revealed the real reason for calling him Dian Zhu. He presented a medal, explaining, "This is the true reason I address you as Dian Zhu." Ye Shen examined the medal with an engraving of a powerful dragon and a young man, which bore a striking resemblance to himself. After scrutinizing it, he returned the medal to Yi Lingtian, commenting, "It seems this is a custom-made item. Why go through such trouble?" Yi Lingtian shook his head, stepping forward to clarify, "Dian Zhu, there's been a misunderstanding. This medal has been around for over 100 years, long before you saved me. You can bring in experts to authenticate it." Ye Shen hesitated, wondering if the medal was a ploy to deceive him or if the person on it just happened to look like him. Curiously, he asked Yi Lingtian, "Where did this medal come from?" Yi Lingtian explained, "It was claimed by our ancestor, Dian Zhu, as a family treasure, passed down through generations. He was a master of physiognomy and had unparalleled feng shui skills. He predicted our family's disappearance in 100 years and used a mystic technique to find a dragon vein successor. The person who could live for 20 more years took the medal in hopes of changing our family's fate. The inscription on the medal directed the future dragon vein successor to meet our family 100 years later. Now that I've met you, if I don't seize this opportunity, I will be judged as a criminal in ancient times." Ye Chang pondered for a moment, finding the whole thing too mystical. In this day and age, there are still people who believe in the prophecies of a dragon vein successor, he thought. Ye Shen remembered the words of his master. His fate is unique. It has something to do with dragon veins, which is why he was summoned to Jiangcheng to help he Ruoxui. Dragon veins can change fate and alter the destiny of others. As Ye Shen pondered this, Yiling Tian added, Dian Zhu, a few years ago I heard about the tragedy at Van Ho Mountain. I have been cultivating power over the years, although not enough to challenge the power in the capital. Given time, I can help Dian Zhu eliminate the power in the capital and defeat our enemies. Upon hearing this, Yi Shen's face turned cold as he said, Yiling Tian, our family's grudges do not need outside help for revenge. If you dare to interfere, we will consider ourselves strangers from now on. Yiling Tian's expression changed, and he quickly said, I dare not ask for Dian Zhu's forgiveness. He realized he had overstepped. Seeking revenge on one's own is different from asking others to do it. Yi Shen looked at Yiling Tian and said, Becoming my subordinate is not impossible, but you must meet 3 conditions. Yiling Tian, feeling elated, said, Dian Zhu, please listen to me. Firstly, you must respect my independence and do nothing without my consent. Secondly, it is crucial that you protect Sunji at all costs. Anyone who threatens her must be eliminated. Thirdly, I urge you to fully investigate the man in the capital and thoroughly examine the incident at the Van Ho mansion. This matter is anything but simple. Yiling Tian thumped his chest and declared, Dian Zhu, I assure you that I can fulfill these 3 requirements. Now that I have spoken my piece, it is time for me to take my leave. If there is any further action required, I will be in touch with you. As he prepared to depart, Yiling Tian added, Oh, Dan Zhu, I have some information to share. Recently, I have come under investigation by several entities. The Sai family initiated an inquiry into the Celestial Mountain, but I put a stop to it. The He family of Jiangnan province also made attempts to investigate me, but their efforts were not extensive. Unfortunately, I was unable to prevent the third party, the Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Strike team, from looking into my affairs. Yi Shen carefully considered the situation in his mind. The Sai family's reaction indicates they haven't uncovered much. As for the He family, it's likely because of He Ruoxui. But why are the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Strike team investigating me? Could it be related to the deaths of the father and son from the Chen family and Miao Jinggu? Sensing Yi Shen's contemplation, Yiling Tian reassured him, Don't worry, Dian Zhu. I will find replacements for the deaths of the Chen family and Miao Jinggu. If they lack evidence, they won't be able to take any action. But please be cautious and thank you. With that, Yi Shen left the club, still mulling over the Sai family's investigation. It seemed likely to be connected to his worship at the Celestial Mountain. As Yi Shen stepped out of the club, he came face to face with Sai Shiran once again. The sight of Yi Shen seemed to anger Sai Shiran, who approached him with a demand. If you kneel down and apologize now, I will forgive you. Yi Shen remained unresponsive to Sai Shiran's words and exited the room without a second thought. As he made his way outside, he wondered if he could find a taxi at such a late hour, or if it would be more convenient to purchase a car for transportation. Meanwhile, Sai Shiran seethed with anger, but her feelings were hastily disregarded. While Yi Shen waited for a cab, a sudden rush of air caught his attention from behind. Sai Shiran launched an attack, catching Yi Shen off guard with her surprising martial arts skills and strength. However, Yi Shen swiftly evaded her strike and countered with a skillful wrist lock, effortlessly bringing Sai Shiran down to the ground. Sai Shiran was shocked by her defeat, never having experienced such humiliation before. Lying on the ground, she vowed to seek revenge against Yi Shen, warning him that anyone who dared to offend the Sai family would meet their demise unless they chose to hide within the club for the rest of their lives. In an instant, Yi Shen's eyes turned cold as he firmly grasped Shiran's face with his right hand. His voice dripped with malice as he declared, Is that so? Then today, I will end your life. Women like you are nothing but trash, and the Sai family is no different. Lifting Shiran off the ground with ease, fear etched her face. What are you doing? You can't do this. I was just bringing her where she belongs. With a callous toss, Yi Shen discarded Sai Shiran into a dumpster and strode away. As she picked herself up from the rubbish, her disheveled form brimming with resentment, she vowed, I want you to suffer a painful death. I will make you pay, and you will die in agony. The scene shifted to the opulent villa area, where Ye Shen had returned to Sunji's home. Contemplating to himself, he conceded, Sai Shiran is truly detestable, but she is not responsible for my parents' death, so she does not deserve to die. However, if she dares to commit any further atrocities, even though I dislike it, I will have to eliminate her. If I discover that the Sai family is involved in the Van Ho Mansion incident, then the Sai family will undoubtedly face annihilation. At around 1 a.m., Ye Shen returned home and quietly entered the house, assuming Sunji was asleep. As he entered his room, he was surprised to find a woman there, but thinking it was Sunji, he didn't pay much attention. Given recent events, he figured she sought comfort and security in his room. Having long considered Sunji his woman, Ye Shen climbed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up and asked for the time, he was shocked to find he Ruoxui instead of Sunji. Just then, He Ruoxu's angry voice filled the room as she accused Ye Shen of intruding into her bed. Ye Shen remained indifferent, calmly stating that it was, in fact, his room. As Sunji heard the sounds and walked in, her face filled with surprise. Ye Shen, why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come back late yesterday? She was not expecting to see Ye Shen there and asked, weren't you supposed to be outside? Why are you here so early? Before Ye Shen could explain, He Ruoxui urgently interrupted. This guy didn't even knock, he just walked in and woke me up. After that, she whispered to Ye Shen, what happened last night? You can't tell anyone about it. After Sunji and He Ruoxui left for work, Ye Shen was alone. He took out his father's black stone and attempted to enter it again. This time, although the obstacle has diminished slightly, it's still impossible to completely enter. It seems like I need to accelerate my cultivation. Ye Shen closed his eyes and began cultivating. Countless strands of spiritual energy surrounded him. After an unknown amount of time, a phone call interrupted his cultivation. He opened his eyes slowly and exhaled deeply. Then his intuition guided his hand to grasp the mobile phone, which flew directly into his hand. Glancing at his phone, Ye Shen saw that Shen Haihua was calling. Mr. Yi, I hope I'm not disturbing you, she said respectfully. On the other end of the line, Shen Haihua explained, Mr. Yi, there are two major issues facing Tan Ho Group. Firstly, we have evidence from the Ministry of Justice that Tianjin Group was maliciously taken over, and this proves the connection between Tan Ho Group and Tianjin Group. However, due to a document with your signature and your mother's agreement to relinquish control, you are unable to inherit Tianjin Group. Ye Shen was shocked, recalling the evening 5 years ago when Zhang Jingming came to their house and deceived them into signing a document. He and his mother had trusted Zhang Jingming and signed without much thought. Feeling a sense of irony, Ye Shen turned to Shen Haihua and asked, what do you need me to do? Ye Shen's voice remained eerily calm, but it carried a chilling determination. Zhang Jingming won't survive past 3 days. Shen Haihua explained, I have a portion of the document on my end. If we print it out, Zhang Jingming only needs to sign it himself and conceal his involvement. However, the opposing forces behind Zhang Jingming are incredibly powerful. I can't even confront them, so. Before Shen Haihua could finish, Ye Shen interjected, bring the document here. Tonight, I'll ensure he signs it for you. On the other end of the line, Shen Haihua was shocked. He couldn't fathom how Ye Shen could take such decisive action. What about the second issue? He inquired. Ye Shen responded, and without hesitation, Shen Haihua continued. The second issue concerns Tianjin Group. Currently, Tan Ho Group is controlled by a faction known as Kingman. I've looked into Kingman, but there's very little information available. To regain control of Tianjin Group, we must eliminate this faction. Ye Shen raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. It was likely one of those underground organizations. He stated bluntly, leave the second issue to me. I have only one question for you. If both of these issues are resolved, can you take control of Tan Ho Group within 3 days and rename it Tianjin Group? Shen Haihua was surprised when Ye Shen directly solved the two major difficulties they were facing. After thinking it over, he said, if Mr. Yi can handle those two issues, I can take care of the internal matters within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Ye Shen called Yi Lingtian and asked for the address of Zhang Jingming and information about Kingman. Not long after, a young man arrived at the Fanho Group building and presented a document for the unconditional transfer of ownership agreement. Approaching the reception, a young lady with flushed cheeks asked the young man, "Sir, I'm looking for the CEO to discuss our collaboration." Ye Shen spoke slowly, catching the young lady off guard. With a courteous smile, she said, "CEO Kyung is on the 21st floor. Turn left after the elevator." "Do you need me to inform him, sir?" Ye Shen chuckled, "No need. We're old classmates, and we have a little surprise for him." Following instructions from Yi Ling Tian, Ye Shen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 28th floor. Zhang Jingming's workplace was located on the 39th floor, a mysterious and restricted area. Upon arriving on the 28th floor, Ye Shen headed to the restroom, but found it empty. Without hesitation, he shattered the restroom window and stood on the 28th floor ledge, gazing up at the 39th floor. With a burst of energy, he jumped 5 meters high, grabbing onto a window on the floor above. Using his arms and legs, he propelled himself upward, leaving behind distinct marks from his fingers. Moving with remarkable speed, he reached the 38th floor in no time. Since the 39th floor was sealed, Ye Shen broke the window on the 38th floor and leaped inside. Like a real-life Spider-Man, he moved swiftly and carefully, following the instructions given to him. As Ye Shen stepped into the building, he immediately sensed the aura of powerful martial artists. It was clear that the Fanho Corporation was no ordinary organization. Even their office building was guarded by skilled fighters. However, Ye Shen didn't rush to leave. He calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and soon the room was filled with smoke. Just then, the door swung open and 2 men entered. Through the smoke, Ye Shen quickly detected their presence and swiftly took action. With a precise movement of his right leg, he unleashed 2 pieces of glass that struck the men's vital points, causing them to collapse without a fight. Having completed his mission on the 38th floor, Ye Shen set his sights on the 39th floor. The iron door was equipped with high-tech fingerprint verification, but Ye Shen wasn't fazed. With the power of a cultivator, he effortlessly applied profound energy to the door, causing it to warp and open with ease. On the 39th floor, a warning suddenly went off, and in an instant, a group of 10 martial arts experts materialized in front of Ye Shen. In addition, more than 10 infrared beams were trained on him, but Ye Shen remained unfazed. He tossed a twisted file to the ground, creating a deep, resonant sound. The martial artists closed in on him like a swarm of bees, but Ye Shen seemed uninterested. Suddenly, Ye Shen took a step and kicked, smashing into the wall. Anticipating losing control, the others didn't hesitate. Gunshots erupted and 10 bullets hurtled towards Ye Shen. Unfazed, Ye Shen grabbed a twisted iron door with one hand. With a burst of energy, he hurled the door towards the martial artists. Several bullets struck the iron door, creating a loud bang. Seeing the massive door hurtling towards them, some tried to dodge instinctively, but it was moving too fast. With a resounding crash, the door slammed into the bodies of several people. Few remained standing, their bodies shattered by the impact. Ye Shen stormed into the meeting room, shattering the door with a powerful strike. A young man emerged holding a document, and Zhang Jingming recognized him immediately. Ye Shen ignored the others in the room and demanded that Zhang Jingming sign the document. When Jingming saw that it was an unconditional transfer of ownership, he hesitated. Their conversation was interrupted by a member of the Kingman, who warned Ye Shen not to offend their sect leader who was in seclusion. But before he could finish, Ye Shen killed him with a swift kick, leaving only Zhang Jingming and himself in the room. The tension in the air was palpable as Zhang Jingming rose to his feet, his hands shaking as he signed the document and pressed his fingerprint onto it. Turning to Ye Shen, he pleaded, "If you spare my life, I will be your loyal puppet and help you control the Fanho Group. All the assets and money will be yours. Let's put our grievances aside." Ye Shen smirked as he held the signed document. "If that's the case, there's no need for you to continue living." This declaration sent a shiver down Zhang Jingming's spine. "You can't kill us all. Managing the Fanho Group is Kingman's responsibility. If you kill me, Kingman won't let you off." Ye Chang's laugh was chilling. "My target was originally just Standoff, but now I have changed my mind. Tonight, Kingman will be wiped out." Zhang Jingming's voice quivered as he spoke. Don't be arrogant. This world doesn't have just one martial arts grandmaster. If you kill me, not only you but also your family will face revenge. Ye Chang's gaze turned icy. Do you have anything else to say? Ye Shen's voice was filled with a chilling aura as he spoke. My entire family perished in the Van Ho Villa incident 5 years ago. Jiang Jiming trembled in shock at Ye Shen's words. You really are Ye Shen, he whispered, crawling back and desperately clutching Ye Shen's thigh. Please, listen to me calmly, it's all a misunderstanding. Your father and I were close friends. How could I harm him? Without hesitation, Ye Shen kicked Jiang Jiming in the face. You're not worthy of being my father's friend, let alone my uncle, he spat. Jiang Jiming begged for mercy, but Ye Shen's laughter filled the room, a sense of murderous intent swirling around him. Release you. After what you did, you won't spare the Yi family, and I won't spare my parents, Ye Shen declared. You took everything from me. Do you really think I want to kill you? I used to lead a normal life, but now the only thing that keeps me alive is hatred. After dealing with Jiang Jingming, Ye Shen knew he had to leave the Than Ho group. Yi Ling Tan helped to solve many problems, he muttered to himself as he left. Not only did he bring people to handle the crime scene, but he also gave him a new identity. As Ye Shen was preparing to find a car to go to Kingman, he heard a voice from behind. Yi Yan, you've been well lately. Surprised, he turned to see Nin Ba, Bai Li Bing's police partner. How come you're here? Ye Shen asked curiously. Nin Ba glanced at him and replied, That's what I should be asking you. I've been on duty nearby. What about you? I don't think I'm obligated to inform you. Without waiting for a response, Ye Shen turned and walked away. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion, and Bai Li Bing looked up to see flames engulfing the top floor of the Than Ho skyscraper. In a panic, she realized that a concrete structure was falling towards her at an incredibly fast speed, too fast to evade. Realizing the imminent danger, Ye Shen instinctively rushed towards Bai Li Bing in a blur, determined to save her from the falling structure. In the blink of an eye, Ye Shen swiftly carried Li Bing to safety as the flames raged on the 39th floor. Bai Li Bing's face drained of color as she trembled. Ye Shen, thank you, thank you. Gently placing her amidst the wreckage, Ye Shen gazed up at the engulfed building with a heavy heart. Jiangnan Wang is acting recklessly. This is unnecessary destruction. Even if it's clean, innocent people are being affected by this massive disturbance. As they stood there, 2 men rushed out from Than Ho group, their Kingman tattoos on full display. Bai Li Bing's eyes narrowed as she recognized the markings. These tattoos belonged to Kingman. Could they be responsible for this explosion? Bai Li Bing had been investigating the influence of Kingman, a malignant force in the city of Jiangcheng. However, the police had little concrete evidence, only knowing about Kingman's connection with the Than Ho group. Li Bing, unwilling to miss this opportunity, quickly turned to Ye Shen and said, I have something to take care of now. I'll find you once it's done. With that, Li Bing hurriedly followed the group. Ye Shen watched her leave, feeling a twinge of worry, but he pushed it aside as it was not his concern. Right now, his main focus was on eliminating Kingman and destroying the organization from its roots. The scene then shifted to an abandoned factory on the west side of Tang Taining Street. 2 Kingman members had just arrived, with Bai Li Bing following closely behind. This could be a Kingman base, maybe even their headquarters. By gathering evidence here, we can rally more support to completely eradicate them, Li Bing suggested. She then leaped, her body soaring over the shipping containers, and stopped at a window to peek inside. She saw numerous crates and a vigilant guard. As she reached for her phone to make a call, she realized that there was no signal in the area, likely due to a phone signal jammer. She had no other option but to use her phone to capture images as evidence. Later, a middle-aged man with a strong build appeared in front of the 2 men from the Than Ho group. He was Zi Dingfeng, a Dazu of Kingman. You are all a bunch of failures. In Than Hoa, I have trained many experts like you, yet only you have survived, he said. The men quickly kneeled and begged, Dazu, we truly do not know what happened. There was a sudden explosion, and we suspect there is a Kingman master involved. Zi Dingfeng glared at the 2 men. You need to clarify this. The situation is clear, and yet you still do not realize that you are useless, he said. He then looked towards Bai Libing's concealed location and continued, "Even worse, both of you are being followed without your knowledge. This is a serious offense." In the darkness, Li Bing's expression turned serious. She realized she had been discovered and was shocked to find a powerful opponent in this place, with much stronger abilities than hers. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Si Dingfeng shouted, "If you have come to Kingman, do you think we will let you go?" In an instant, Zi Dingfeng materialized behind Bai Li Bing. With a resounding crash, Bing's body slammed into a shipping container, leaving a sizable dent. Zi Dingfeng sneered menacingly as he inched closer. Well, well, what do we have here? A little beauty. We'll be sure to take good care of you today." With no escape, Bing had no choice but to reveal her true identity. "I am a police officer, and my team knows my whereabouts. If any harm comes to me, your Kingman will be utterly destroyed." She expected her revelation to give her assailant pause, but to her surprise, she was flung far away by a powerful throw. "I have committed enough sins to deserve countless bullets, but to be threatened by a woman," Zi Dingfeng scoffed. As Bing felt herself hurtling towards her doom, she pondered her decision to go at it alone. Maybe being a police officer in this small town was a mistake. Should she have just stayed with her family? Pushing aside her frustration, she yelled, "My father is Bai Li Xiang, the commander of the Southwest Military Region. If any harm befalls me, all of you from Kingman will also meet your end." Zi Dingfeng was surprised by the arrival of Li Xiang's daughter as a police officer in their small town. He made a cold remark, not caring about her father's reputation. Suddenly, a voice from the rooftop interrupted the confrontation. Ye Shen, with a cold smile, expressed his intention to take down Kingman. Despite the laughter from Zi Dingfeng and his subordinates, Ye Shen remained unfazed and determined to challenge Kingman. Zi Dingfeng pointed at Ye Shen, "Show him our power by killing him." The subordinates raised their guns and began shooting at Ye Shen, but he vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Ye Shen appeared among the Kingman subordinates. His hands glowed with martial energy, and in no time, all of them were incapacitated. "This kid is impressive. He dodged all the bullets," one of them remarked. A Kingman subordinate sneered at Ye Shen and charged at him with full force, aiming to kill him with one blow. Just as the punch was about to connect, Ye Shen swiftly dodged and countered with a powerful knee strike, sending the Kingman subordinate flying. Bai Li Bing, with a shocked expression on her petite face, watched in horror as the unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bai Li Bing watched in awe as Ye Shen moved with precision and fluidity, like a well-oiled machine. She couldn't believe that Ninba had such a formidable warrior in their midst. Ye Shen had been considered a failure in the Yi family after his accident in the icy lake, but now he had transformed into a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Zi Dingfeng scoffed at Ye Shen's abilities, thinking that his perfect physique would easily defeat him. But before he could finish speaking, Ye Shen moved like lightning and delivered a powerful blow that sent Zi Dingfeng flying. As Zi Dingfeng lay on the ground, he glared resentfully at Ye Shen, realizing that he had underestimated him. Despite Zi Dingfeng's desperate attempts to attack, Ye Shen effortlessly countered each move, causing him excruciating pain and finally forcing him to kneel before him. "Please, Ye Shen, I beg you to stop," Zi Dingfeng pleaded, willing to comply with any request. "I promise." Those were Zi Dingfeng's last words before Ye Shen's hand, charged with ki, slashed towards him, ending his life in an instant. Bai Li Bing stood in shock as she watched Ye Shen effortlessly destroy Kingman, a powerful force. As he approached her and extended his hand to support her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You exploited me, you scum. I naively believed you were a good person." Ye Shen calmly replied, "Your thigh bone was dislocated and fractured. If you don't want to be paralyzed, sit still for me." As she felt the warmth spread and the pain subside, Li Bing was amazed at the miraculous healing. Grateful, she said, "Thank you, Ye Shen. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. You would surely be famous if you became a doctor." Ye Shen's voice was cold as he declared, "I'm not interested. You clean up the scene. I'll move forward." After tending to Li Bing's wounds, Ye Shen instructed, "You collect their phones. There may be evidence you need." With that, Ye Shen walked away. Li Bing urgently questioned, "Ye Shen, where are you going? Ye Shen paused, but without looking back, he replied, I said I would take care of Kingman. Don't follow me. I won't save you a second time. As Ye Shen left, Lai Bing called for medical help. Later, Lai Bing and the police arrived at the scene. Bai Li Bing stared at the horrifying sight in front of her, with hundreds of bodies and blood flowing like a river of terror, a level of devastation that exceeded anything she had ever witnessed. Ye Shen took care of all of these people. He wiped out all of Kingman's henchmen. She couldn't comprehend how Ye Shen, relying solely on his strength, could massacre so many individuals. Then she spotted the corpse of an old man. This is Kingman's leader, a formidable martial artist. Upon seeing the extreme horror on the old man's face, Lai Bing regained consciousness after a moment and quickly pulled out her mobile phone to make a call. The screen displayed a message in all capital letters: Disband Special Ops Dragon Soul Ying Jing. As she connected the call, a voice on the other end asked about what had happened to junior sister in Ninbai. After some consideration, Lai Bing decided to send a video to Ying Jing through WeChat. As he watched the video, his expression changed rapidly. It revealed that martial artists were killed by Ye Shen, who had not only saved Lai Bing, but also single-handedly destroyed the entire Kingman. Even several martial arts masters had fallen to him. Ying Jing remained silent before transmitting a cold and icy voice. I will immediately take a flight to Ninba. Under no circumstances should you have any further contact with this dangerous individual. As for the Kingman case, all action should cease. I will assign someone to handle it. Senior brother, continue with your current mission. I must find out what kind of monster this Ye Shen is. Ye Shen purchased a new set of clothes at Wana Square to get rid of any evidence. After discarding her old outfit the previous night, she coincidentally ran into someone familiar, He Ruoxui, as she was leaving the area. He Ruoxui was seen sitting in a coffee shop, visibly unsettled as she continuously stirred her coffee with a spoon. Sitting in front of her was an elegant woman who bore a striking resemblance to He Ruoxui, almost like a younger version of her mother. Ye Shen, not wanting to engage with He Ruoxui, quickly left. However, He Ruoxui, upon seeing Ye Shen through the window, joyfully stepped out to meet her, referring to her as Mom, and asking her to wait. As they caught up with each other, Ye Shen looked at He Ruoxui with suspicion and questioned her about the sudden encounter. He Ruoxui's eyes flashed with anger as she looked around, her chest heaving with emotion. You slept with me, and I haven't settled the score with you. Now help me out with something as compensation. It's clear that you slept with me. That's my bed. As they spoke, a crisp and cold voice behind them interrupted, tinged with displeasure. Ruoxui, who is this man? Both He Ruoxui and Ye Shen froze. Just as Ye Shen was about to speak, He Ruoxui quickly changed her posture, pulling Ye Shen closer and saying intimately, Mom, why are you here? Madam, he sternly stared at Ye Shen. Who is this man? You're all grown up, and you're still fooling around with him on the street? If he finds out that He Ruoxui is in Ninba, involved with another man with unclear relations, not only will the relationship between the two families break, but the He family might also face relentless revenge. Feeling the softness of He Ruoxui's body next to him, Ye Shen sensed her trembling. He Ruoxui's fingers tightened around his arm as tears welled up in her eyes, a single tear tracing down her cheek. Lady He gave a cold glare at He Ruoxui and Ye Shen as she issued her orders. Ruoxui, release him. Today you will return to the He family with me. Your cosmetic company has not achieved any significant accomplishments in the past 5 years. The He Family Corporation will officially acquire it, restoring the cosmetic empire. We will arrange for someone to help you manage it. He Ruoxui's body trembled as she muttered to herself. 5 years of dedication destroyed by just a few words. She felt a deep sense of bitterness and hopelessness. She couldn't escape her fate, and tears fell onto Ye Shen's hand one after another. Lady He took a step closer, her voice filled with anger. I won't repeat myself a third time, Ruoxui. Let go. If you want to argue, I don't care about your relationship with this man. If you continue to stay with him, he will die. He Ruoxui slowly released her hold. She chose to compromise. She had initially planned to use Ye Shen to buy herself some time with her mother, but now it seemed unnecessary. Ye Shen is innocent. Our relationship was nothing more than a one-night stand, and nothing has happened. He Ruoxui was startled as she felt a strong grip on her hand, stopping her from going to her mother. She was even more surprised when Ye Shen spoke up, claiming that she was already his woman, and that she was carrying his child. She was perplexed by this, as they hadn't even been intimate, let alone confirm a pregnancy. She resisted the urge to lash out, as it would only bring her humiliation. Looking up, she saw the determination in Ye Shen's eyes and understood that he was trying to help her. Despite not wanting to get involved in the He family's problems, he couldn't ignore her tears and the old man's request to protect her at all costs. Lady Yi's anger rose as she listened to the shocking revelation. She never thought that her daughter, who she had protected so carefully, would be involved in such a scandal. Her entire face darkened as she clutched her chest and turned to He Ruoxui, demanding to know the truth. He Ruoxui blushed, unable to reveal the truth, and Ye Shen stepped forward to support her. Lady He was furious, declaring that her daughter would return home immediately and undergo a pregnancy termination. She ordered Ruoxui to never leave the family again. Ye Shen tried to intervene, but Lady He's cold and disdainful response put him in his place. She reminded him of the He family's status and power, making it clear that he was no match for them. Lady He's threats hung in the air, leaving an icy chill in the room. Ye Shen's calm voice descended, devoid of any hostility that would cause Lady He to shiver. He took a step forward, directly facing Lady He, and then his attitude changed. It seemed as if his whole being was encompassed by a spiritual force, accumulated over the years from numerous experiences. Mother-in-law, you really have no idea who you're dealing with. Ye Shen's voice was eerily serene, leaving Lady He instinctively stepping back. In front of this young man, her imposing manner fell apart. I know nothing about the Sai family, the He family, and I don't want to know. But give me half a year, and I'll show you what impossible truly means. Ruoxui, let's go. Without waiting for Lady He to react, Ye Shen pulled He Ruoxui away. It wasn't until much later that Lady He regained her composure, her back drenched in sweat. In a moment, she nearly knelt on the ground. Who is this boy? She quickly pulled out her phone and said, Help me investigate someone. His name is Ye Shen, living in Ninba, Jiangcheng, recently having frequent relations with Ruoxui. After being pulled away by Ye Shen, He Ruoxui finally snapped out of her daze. She quickly pulled her hand back, her cheeks turning red. Ye Shen, there's really no need for this. I'm sorry for my mother's words earlier. She values interest greatly, but she also has a compassionate heart. Ye Shen glanced at her and replied, Don't overthink it. I didn't do it just for you. In fact, Ye Shen had intervened mainly for his mentor. As He Ruoxui bit her lip gently, she couldn't help but admire how handsome Ye Shen looked when he was serious, especially during the conversation with her mother. She couldn't help but feel her heart race a little as she remembered the encounter. Ye Shen quickly hailed a taxi and turned back to tell He Ruoxui, You probably have a private driver. I won't bother you. I have some business to attend to. With that, he got into the car and left, disappearing from He Ruoxui's view. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that he doesn't want to spend more time with someone like me? She had wanted to ask Ye Shen a few more questions. Why did you agree to the 6-month agreement with my mother? You're just an ordinary person. What capability do you have to shake the He family? But in the blink of an eye, she was almost overwhelmed by Ye Shen's presence. Now she reconsidered. Ye Shen might just be boasting. The He family status in Zhejiang province is unattainably high. It's impossible for him to rise to such a position, achieving what the He family has done against the current for nearly a century. One person's efforts alone won't make a difference in just 6 months. It's just grandiose talk, after all. Considering Ye Shen as a guiding figure, one could only envision a lifetime predetermined, looking up at the Ye family in Zhejiang. At this thought, He Ruoxui even felt a bit worried for Ye Shen's safety. Offending the Ye family, can he handle the consequences if that person finds out? No, I can't harm him. With a fleeting idea, He Ruoxui quickly called Sunji. In the taxi, Ye Shen was lost in contemplation. Lady He, to be honest, there is some logic in what you said. Relying solely on strength is not enough. he needs to establish his own influence. Moreover, one influence is insufficient, there must be two. The male powers lurk in the shadows, and the bright side also requires a force. Tianjin Group is my father's passion, so he will use my father's passion to shake the entire realm of power. Uncle Tai, go to the villa in Vin Long Pharmaceutical Zone. At the villa in Vin Long Pharmaceutical Zone, the Shen family's villa. The taxi slowly came to a stop, and as soon as Ye Chang got out, he saw Shen Haihua waiting at the door. Shen Haihua had just received a call from Ye Shen. Though skeptical, he still went downstairs to welcome him, saying, "Mr. Yi, you have arrived." Shen Haihua spoke respectfully, "Find a quiet place. We will discuss matters carefully, Mr. Yi." Shen Haihua led Ye Shen to the guest reception room in the villa. As they sat down, some looked at Ye Shen with suspicion, not knowing what he wanted. Shortly after, Ye Shen took out a document and placed it in front of Shen Haihua. Shen Haihua's body stiffened. He knew what was on the document, but Ye Shen had just received it not long ago, and he had already completed it. He opened the document on the table, half expecting, half doubting, and found Zhang Jingming's signature with a hidden hand suddenly appearing above. How is this possible? His eyes widened in horror. Unmistakably recognizing Zhang Jingming's signature, this old fox, willing to hand over the Thang Ho group, can only mean that Ye Shen has killed Zhang Jingming. This method is simple but extremely ruthless. Ever since getting acquainted with Ye Shen, Shen Haihua always thought, he is a high-level divine doctor, not realizing that the other party's perception of him was even more terrifying. As far as he knew, the Thang Ho group's internal security was extremely strict, with Kingman experts guarding it. Ordinary people could hardly step half a foot into the top floor, but Ye Shen not only achieved it, but also killed Zhang Jingming perfectly without any losses. This guy is still something. Lost in thought, Shen Haihua was then informed by Ye Shen of even more shocking news. Ye Shen calmly said, "Yesterday, I wiped out all the evidence. Next, we'll see what you can do." Shen Haihua, startled back to attention, cautiously said, "Mr. Yi, give me 3 days, and I will ensure this matter is resolved for you." Ye Shen was pleased with Shen Haihua's response. Suddenly, he thought of the words of Mrs. He earlier and curiously asked, "Chairman Shen, do you know about the Tianyuan group and the financial group of the He family?" Shen Haihua struggled to regain his composure. Hearing Ye Shen's words, Shen Haihua felt like half of his heart had stopped beating. The He family is a giant monster south of the Yangtze River. The wealth of the He family's conglomerate is enormous, far surpassing the Tianjin group. Perhaps Mr. Yi also intends to seize that conglomerate. Compared to Tianyuan, the Thang Ho group is not worth mentioning. Ye Shen, seeing through Shen Haihua's horrified expression, chuckled and said, "A friend mentioned it today, so I thought I'd ask casually." Shen Haihua took a deep breath. He had been immersed in the business world for many years, and his temperament was considered good. However, encountering Ye Shen was truly a challenging experience. After some contemplation, Ye Shen suddenly spoke seriously, "I will give you a sword. Do you dare to capture the entire China with it?" Shen Haihua, filled with horror, responded, "Just now it was only Tianyuan, and now it's the entire China. This is truly terrifying." Shen Haihua's body moved slightly, then he regained his composure and laughed. "Mr. Yi, about the sword you mentioned, I wonder if it belongs to the Tianjin group. Honestly, our conglomerate's reputation is much greater than theirs." Ye Shen remained silent and continued, "First of all, let me say something straightforward. If I provide you with a level of protection similar to Zhang Jingming, even 100 times better, and bring you super profitable products, could you use the Tianjin group to devour the He family?" Upon hearing this, Shen Haihua's eyes sank a bit in horror. "Ye Shen, the ambition is truly grand, and you really want to devour the financial group of the Yi family. How can? The key is that you want to do this within half a year. Otherwise, what kind of joke is this?" He had intended to mock Ye Shen, but seeing that the other party was genuinely believing in such a plan, he could only say, "While you are serious, I will also be serious. What you're saying is still not enough, and it requires strong government support. Moreover, I am already old, afraid I don't have enough time. Ye Shen fell into contemplation. Regarding the government, he naturally has a plan for this path. Bai Li Bing, her father, seems to be the chief. Try to see if she can be pulled into becoming a force. As for the underworld, just having Jiang Nanwang alone is enough. Ye Shen stood up and declared loudly, "Whatever you desire, I can provide for you. But can you ensure that within half a year, Tianjin Group will turn into a colossal monster?" Before waiting for his reaction, Ye Shen took out a pill and placed it on the table, saying, "If you're willing, consider this pill as a gift. It can extend your lifespan by an additional 50 years. Upon hearing the words behind, Shen Haihua gasped. Extending lifespan by 50 years, something countless people dream of. Can Ye Shen really deliver such a promise? Surely not. For Ye Shen, a person on the brink of death, to bring back life and have a lifespan of 55 years seemed like an unimaginable concept. Shen Haihua's eyes turned deep red, completely ignoring the image of reaching for that pill. He then excitedly said, "Mr. Yi, I'm willing as long as you fulfill those 3 conditions for me." Ye Shen nodded and pushed the door to leave. 3 days from now, let's meet at Tianjin Group. As for those 3 conditions, someone will contact you about them. Ye Shen departed, and Shen Haihua sternly watched him leave, knowing that his destiny had changed from this moment. Ye Shen left Shen Haihua's residence and returned to the high-rise apartment at Sunji. As soon as he entered, Ye Shen noticed He Ruoxui had been there for a while. He asked, "Why are you here? Don't you have a spacious villa? Why come to our small apartment?" Sunji hastily explained, "This is not our home, it's mine." He Ruoxui, sitting cross-legged, glanced at Ye Shen and said, "My family's corporation has been taken over by my family. The villa is my mother's legacy. My bank accounts are frozen, so I have to stay here. Poverty is a vicious cycle, so where will you sleep tonight? I'm telling you up front, I don't want to share the same path with you." Ruoxui, angered, retorted, "Who wants to encroach on him? It's truly a crazy idea." While Ruoxui and Ye Shen argued about sleeping arrangements, Sunji intervened. "Tonight, Ruoxui will sleep with me." Seeing Ruoxui pressured by the He family to the point of having no living expenses and nowhere to go, she couldn't stand by without offering assistance. Ye Shen even agreed somewhat. In just 3 days, Tianjin Group will begin its operations. While hiring personnel, I can utilize He Ruoxui. Others might fear the Yi family, but that doesn't mean Ye Shen fears. He looked at He Ruoxui, laughing, "I can offer you a job." Upon hearing this, He Ruoxui hesitated to reply. Instead, she widened her eyes, gazing at Ye Shen, seemingly clear in her stance. "Ye Shen, the only valuable thing about you is the prescription you gave me last time. Could it be that this guy has another business? Even if not, the carve in his possession is not lacking in funds. Could this guy be a hidden wealthy person?" He Ruoxui, as if with a mote in her eye, blinked and said, "I haven't actively sought employment from anyone before, but this time, Ye Shen, you must use me. Once you employ me, be prepared for ill intentions. Your company will undoubtedly face deliberate suppression from the He family. By then, it's not just about making profits. Even survival will be challenging for your company. I speculate that now, no one in the whole of China dares to employ me, not even for a receptionist position." Ye Shen naturally wasn't afraid of the Yi family. "I dare to use you, and you dare to come and help me, right? You are certain, right?" Upon hearing Ye Shen's assertion, He Ruoxui regained a bit of the aura of an experienced female CEO. Speaking seriously, "Where is your company located? How much registered capital does it have? And what type of business entity is it? Are there any support policies?" Ye Shen was caught off guard and explained, "The company hasn't been established yet, but it will happen soon. The industry is not certain yet." He Ruoxui glanced at Ye Shen, deducing, "Ye Shen, is it because of the promise with your mother in 6 months that you are planning to open a company?" She couldn't help but sigh, ignorant and fearless. Ye Shen basically doesn't know how terrifying the He family is. Although China looks like it has some immensely wealthy families, only a few know about the terrifying wealth, those in the financial group. Ye Shen, the financial power here is just a tiny fraction, so insignificant that anyone would look down on him. His so-called 6-month promise is just like a cricket trying to pull a cart, not understanding his own strength. In Ruoxu's heart, there was a bit of sadness. She thanked Ye Shen for doing all these things, but in the end, she still had to face reality. The reality was that not long from now, she would have to return to the Yi family, while Ye Shen would become a passing figure in her life. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Madame He leaned gracefully on a sofa. The years left no traces on her. Holding a meticulously crafted glass of wine in her right hand, she spoke gently. "How is the investigation I ordered?" The man in a suit held a document carefully and presented it. "Madam, this is the information Mr. He requested. Based on our investigation and the private doctor's examination of the young miss, the pregnancy is confirmed to be non-existent. However," Madame He heard the first half with a hint of amusement, but the latter part brought a change to her expression. "Speak clearly." "However, on that day, the young miss left the villa after drinking, then stayed overnight at the home of a girl named Sunji, while Sunji had another man in the house. This is what Madame ordered us to investigate. Based on the gathered information, it cannot be ruled out that a relationship occurred. As for whether she is pregnant or not, further observation is needed." Madame He, upon hearing this, was extremely furious. She waved her hand, shattering the wine glass, and clenched her fist tightly. "If that brat truly tarnished Ruoxui, I want him dead. Tell me his background." The man nodded hurriedly. "This kid's background is somewhat mysterious. Despite using all available means, we couldn't trace any information about him, as if he fell from the sky. However, we speculate that he is the surviving young master of the Yi family after the incident at the Van Ho villa." Madame He fell into contemplation. 5 years ago, in the Van Ho mountains and rivers, although the incident occurred in Ninba, it shook the entire Zhejiang province. Anyway, the offender in the capital is a significant figure, and she was vaguely familiar with the Yi family, a declining local family with virtually no power, no connection to martial arts masters, only one enterprise, Tianjin Group. If Ye Shen is truly from the Yi family, losing his parents, he has no support. Madame He speculated, Ye Shen, to avoid the complete annihilation of his family, wants to join our Yi family. He intends to use the power of the Yi family to seek revenge for his parents. It's truly a laughable idea. At this point, the man spoke up. "If we follow Madame's speculation, he shouldn't have made a 6-month commitment. Perhaps he has another force behind him." Madame He confidently laughed. "A clan exterminating waste dares to stand before me and utter those threatening words. In 6 months, I'll see how he plans to surpass our He family." In the twilight of the metropolitan residential area, Ye Shen stood outside the balcony, muttering to himself. "Adding someone to the household complicates everything. Tonight, when I went to take a bath, I opened the door and saw He Ruoxui inside, even got slapped. Even when going for personal hygiene, I bumped into Sunji, causing a headache." Putting aside the matters of the two women, Ye Shen thought about Shen Haihua's situation. For the underworld issue, Jiang Nan wine alone is enough. Regarding business, I already have various types of elixirs. The current problem lies in the support of the military. However, he doesn't know much about Bai Li Bing, so she might not be willing to help. Ye Shen has discussed the matter of Bai Li Bing with Yi Ling Tian, hoping his side could approach her. Ye Shen didn't think much. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt something, and his body tensed sharply. His ice-cold gaze directly turned towards the opposite side, on the rooftop of the building across, where someone was monitoring him in the darkness. Ye Shen turned inward, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Let's play the game of hunter and prey, Ye Shen. I'll have to see who is truly the hunter in this case." On the building opposite stood a tall man, who was the Special Forces operative Ying Jing. Today, Ying Jing had just landed from the plane in the afternoon and came here to observe what kind of person Ye Shen was. Through the 2 videos sent by the Bai Li gang, this person was evaluated as extremely dangerous, possibly a martial artist. However, after half a day of observation, he couldn't discern any distinctive features on Ye Shen's body. As a result, one night here just to see Ye Shen stealing food at the dining table, and martial artists doing such things, if you put Ye Shen in a crowd, perhaps no one would recognize him. He intended to observe Ye Shen again, but Ye Shen's figure on the balcony suddenly disappeared, transforming into an illusion that appeared behind him. Yingjing was horrified. He knew the distance from him to Sunji's apartment was over 80 meters, so Ye Shen had appeared next to him in the blink of an eye. Truly a master. The next second, Ye Shen turned around, a surge of imposing aura, a terrifying air pressure spreading, transforming the surroundings as well. Ye Shen lunged forward, and Yingjing felt a chilling killing intent like ice. He quickly used a defensive move. The clash resounded, and Yingjing immediately regretted because his opponent's strength was overwhelmingly dominant, like 1,000 pounds. What kind of monster is this? His arm felt as if it were being crushed by an extremely formidable force, and the arm trembled, going numb. The strength of this kid is too terrifying. Does he want to shatter my arm? Immediately, Ye Shen unleashed another move, but Yingjing chose to evade rather than confront, without hesitation. In mid-air, Ye Shen brought one foot down directly. If this foot hit, it would undoubtedly result in fatal consequences. Yingjing's face turned pale, quickly stepping on a beam, his whole body leaping high to avoid the assault. Ye Shen's foot landed on the balcony, creating a long crack. You managed to dodge, not bad at all. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yingjing circled behind Ye Shen. He threw a punch towards Ye Shen, confident that this blow would be unavoidable. However, Ye Shen revealed a sinister smile. Yingjing's strike couldn't reach him. It was blocked by an invisible wall of aura. Fear crept into Yingjing as he realized his intelligence was wrong. Ye Shen isn't a martial artist, but rather a cultivator. No wonder he can kill many martial artists. It's just that my apprentice lacks experience and couldn't recognize his true strength. Practitioners might not necessarily be stronger than martial artists. At least the strongest martial artists in China can defeat low-level practitioners. In the blink of an eye, as he was pondering, Ye Shen vanished. Before he could gather his thoughts, he received a kick from Ye Shen. He basically couldn't avoid it. Yingjing felt an overwhelming aura permeating his entire body, and the ground beneath him shattered. Not only that, his body flew out heavily, crashing into the wall, accompanied by a spurt of fresh blood. Completely unable to retaliate, in his panic, Yingjing now saw Ye Shen standing in front of him. "Friend, this is just a misunderstanding. I have no ill intentions, no competition with you. But if you really want to kill me, let's talk first, shall we?" Ye Shen was indifferent, stepping forward, an oppressive presence like a celestial being descended, resembling a king returning. A large and sturdy foot planted on his chest, causing Yingjing extreme pain. "Who are you, and why are you monitoring me? Who is behind you, Zhu clan or Yi clan?" Ye Shen's voice was icy, echoing across the entire rooftop. Hastily, he pulled out a small green notebook from his pocket and threw it out. "My brother truly has no ill intentions, truly. You can see the details in the certificate." Yingjing completely yielded. Ye Shen opened and said, "Long Soul Special Forces infiltrated Yingjing's place." Yingjing, lying on the ground, extremely frightened, replied, "Yes, yes. I'm from the Long Soul Special Forces. Can you let me go?" Ye Shen snorted, casually discarding the certification paper. In his hand, a powerful aura condensed, intending to explode with murderous intent. "Apologies, never heard of it. Daring to spy on me, you must pay a heavy price." Yingjing panicked. How is that possible? "I've never heard of the Long Soul Special Forces. Oh my god." He paid no attention, shouting directly, "Don't kill me. I know Bai Li Bing." Ye Shen withdrew his hand, scrutinizing Yingjing, questioning, "You know Bai Li Bing, and she called you here. If she sent you to monitor me, not only will you die, but Bai Li Bing will also pay a hefty price." Yingjing shook his head, supporting himself to sit up, secretly thinking, "The reputation of Senior Sister surpasses even that of the Long Soul Special Forces. Ye Shen, I'm her older brother. She told me about you. I came here out of curiosity, just wanting to see your true strength and with the intention of inviting you to join our team. I never intended to harm you." Ye Shen snorted coldly, and the unfamiliar power in his hand continued to condense. "If you want to recruit me, you can come find me directly. There's no reason for you to follow me." In Ye Shen's mind, there was also a thought. This Yingjing guy's strength isn't bad. To eliminate the weed, one must uproot it. Seeing Ye Shen preparing to take action, Ye Chang seemed to go crazy. Don't rush to take action. I was wrong to follow you, and I apologize. I pledge the honor of the Chinese Long Soul Special Forces. This time, I owe you a favor. If you encounter difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Hearing this, Ye Shen also saw a bright side. 3 conditions of Shen Haihua, now only lacking the support of the military. Initially, Bai Li Bing was the first choice, but now this guy seems to be the best option. Ye Shen, looking down from above, curiously asked Ye Jing, "What's the status of the Long Soul Special Forces in China?" A joyful expression appeared on Ye Jing's face. Does the other party want to join the Long Soul Special Forces? Without hesitation, Ye Jing proudly said, "The Long Soul Special Forces is the 3rd division in China, targeting mystical forces worldwide. Except for the Prime Minister and superiors, we don't need to obey anyone's orders." Contrary to expectations, Ye Shen hadn't considered the Long Soul Special Forces to be so mercenary. However, at present, the Long Soul Special Forces had proven quite useful in dealing with the Tianjin group. Ye Shen casually remarked, "You don't owe me anything. I can let you go as long as you establish a relationship with a company in Jiangcheng. We will settle things amicably." Ye Jing clearly understood the other party's intention, but his expression showed a hint of disdain. "Are you sure you want to use the Long Soul Special Forces reputation to protect a company in Jiangcheng?" In Ye Jing's mind, he thought, if this gets out, it would be shameful, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ye Shen affirmed that it was indeed what he wanted. After pondering for a moment, Ye Jing said, "If I'm not mistaken, the business you're talking about must be your father's Tianjin group. I can't decide on this matter, but I will help you connect with the higher-ups. Even if they disagree, I will find another way to assist you." Ye Shen tapped his head, then took out a pill from his pocket. He tossed the pill to Ye Jing, saying, "If you consume this, your injuries will heal quickly." Ye Jing, receiving the pill with wide eyes and an open mouth, exclaimed, "This kid is truly a mysterious creature, not only a cultivator but also an alchemist. So far, I've only heard of it but never seen one." Ye Jing grinned and curiously asked Ye Shen, "Do you have more of these pills?" Ye Shen, with a slightly surprised expression, casually pulled out a handful of pills from his pocket and said, "You mentioned this little toy. It's just the most basic type. I have plenty of them." Looking through Ye Jing's eager eyes, Ye Shen, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "You seem very interested in this object." Ye Jing swallowed saliva, speaking very seriously. "Ye Shen, if you have many of these pills, you should consider submitting them to the country. The Chinese military would be willing to study them. After all, these are cultural artifacts that should be handed over." Ye Shen snorted coldly, cutting off the other party's words directly. "Submit? These are mine, not cultural artifacts. There's no basis for submission. If the forces behind you want them, first meet my conditions, then let the people behind you come find me to negotiate." Having said that, Ye Shen walked away. Watching Ye Shen leave, Ye Jing felt a bit uncertain. Letting someone from the Long Soul Special Forces come to me for a conversation, the intimidation is quite significant. That influential figure can control the situation in China with a wave of his hand. What right does he have to make someone come to him willingly? Ye Shen is truly extremely arrogant. Finally, Ye Jing sighed. It must be said that Jiangqing has produced an unbelievable guy. Returning to Sunji's apartment, Ye Shen lay on the bed and exclaimed, "Living with 2 women is really troublesome, always having to wait in line for everything." Currently, Sunji and Ruo Xui were occupying the bathroom and restroom. In his free time, Ye Shen entertained the idea of cultivation. He felt that his strength had increased significantly. Deciding to try the reincarnation cemetery once again, he took out a stone, infused it with spiritual energy, and closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in the reincarnation cemetery. This time, he stepped in without any headache, discomfort, and the cemetery showed no signs of restraint. Could it be because my power has grown? Ye Shen noticed that in the cemetery there was a tombstone revealing an inscription, "Le Yunqin Slaughter Authority Sect." Based on his first visit, the voice then said, "As long as his power reaches the threshold, He can manipulate the consciousness of a powerful being here. Unfortunately, it can only be done once, and after that, the tombstone breaks, and the powerful being steps into the psychopath, unrelated to him. Shen didn't understand how to manipulate it. He tried several times without success. In frustration, he could only store the black stone away and continue his cultivation. The following days unfolded normally. Having two beautiful companions wasn't bad either. Today, Hiruoxui left early, instructing not to cook for her. The apartment now only had Ye Shen and Sunji. Ye Shen held a cup of pensive coffee on the chair. These days he had tried various methods, but the tombstone remained unmoved. Ye Shen could only think of one reason: my realm is not enough. What's urgent now is to advance the realm. I need pills. Using the current microwave pill refining method is ineffective. I urgently need a pill refining furnace. And Zhu mentioned there would be an auction for a pill refining furnace today, but there's still no news from him. Ye Shen suddenly remembered, and Zhu doesn't have my phone number. While contemplating whether to find in Zhu, the phone rang, and it was Shen Haihua calling. Mr. Yi, I have completely taken control of the Fan Ho group. All the employees have been replaced, and some key personnel from the northern branch have even been transferred. Currently, we are in the process of renaming the company, and the opening ceremony will take place in 2 days. Ye Shen was extremely satisfied with Shen Haihua's efficiency. It was time for the entire Jiangqing to know about the comeback of the Tianjin group, joy clearly evident on his face. Now I have 2 out of 3 swords. The only thing left is Yingjing. Since the rooftop until now, there has been no contact with Ye Shen. Maybe he has fled. Just as he thought about it, Ye Shen heard the doorbell ring. Opening it, he saw Zhu Rendi, his head sweating at the door. And Zhu hurriedly spoke. Yi, I finally found you. I waited for you at De Rentang all morning without seeing you. So I used various methods to track you down here. Ye Shen felt a bit guilty for sitting at home waiting for news early in the morning. He quickly said, I'm sorry. I forgot that I didn't give you my address. And Zhu, come inside, let's talk. And Zhu's demeanor remained urgent. No need, there's a little issue near our place that requires my attention. You need this auction invitation. With it, you can get in. Ye Shen nodded. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Zhu Rendi hastily left. Clearly, the Zhu family had encountered a significant issue, and Ye Shen had wanted to inquire about the situation. Perhaps he could offer some help, but Zhu Rendi departed quickly. He had no choice but to temporarily set aside his concerns. At the Nin Ba Hotel Tian, a taxi slowly came to a stop. The door opened, and Ye Shen got out, dressed in a stylish suit. He didn't underestimate the importance of wearing appropriate attire for the auction. Otherwise, he would be subject to teasing everywhere. Dressing like this today, surely nothing interesting will happen. Approaching the entrance, Ye Shen quickly saw Zhu Zixuan standing there, looking stunned and anxious. Zhu Zixuan was casually dressed today, with dark circles under his eyes, appearing somewhat disheveled. Ye Shen walked over and asked, What's going on? You don't seem well today. It's okay, now that we're here, let's go in. This time, she also dared not be disrespectful to Ye Shen. After all, her master and his son had entrusted her to him several times, and she knew from the two of them that Ye Shen was formidable. Moreover, with recent events within the family, she had gradually learned to be more discreet. Hotel Tian, unlike a luxurious hotel, seemed more like a private club headquarters. The entire setting featured traditional Chinese architecture, with flowers and flowing water creating a unique ambience. Mr. Yi, it's time to get involved, or we can call it the networking phase, mainly for acquaintances to socialize and relax. The actual auction will take place on the upper floor in 2 hours. Let's grab a light meal in the meantime. Zhu Zixuan spoke earnestly. As he was about to say more, a sound rang out. Zixuan, why are you here? In the distance, a man named Lu Yiqing, holding 2 women, approached. He continued, Oh, how come the Zhu family allowed you to come alone? Right, the Zhu family now must be struggling to survive on their own. Ignoring the taunt, Zixuan led Ye Shen to another area. Ye Shen asked again about the issue with the Zhu family. Nothing to worry about. I will handle it properly. You should focus on participating in the auction. Ye Shen also understood that this was, after all, someone else's family matter. If they didn't want to discuss it, he shouldn't press further. A while later, a gentle voice called out to Ye Shen. When they turned around, they saw the caller was he Ruoxui. Ruoxui now, whether in appearance or demeanor, surpassed other girls. The key on the other party emitted a leadership aura, like a cold plum blossom, flawless. Ye Shen, why are you staying in here? Ye Shen looked over and saw he Ruoxui. In his eyes, there was a hint of surprise and joy, lacking any hostility, only gentleness. Where did you go early in the morning? I woke up and didn't see you. Seeing that Ye Shen's mood was not bad, he Ruoxui approached him. At this moment, Zhu Zixuan left, citing the need to use the restroom. Whether it was genuine or just jealousy of he Ruoxui's beauty, someone asked, Ye Shen, who is she? How do you know her? She's the granddaughter of the pharmacy owner. She came here to guide me, but what is she doing here? Wasn't her bank card frozen? Or is she planning to eat for free here? Ye Shen didn't forget to respond with a teasing tone. Ruoxui found it amusing and said, You told me your company hasn't opened yet, so I have to find a job. I received an invitation before. Since you're participating in this auction, I was curious about how much money you brought minus 90 million. Ye Shen casually replied, he has no concept of money, but with this estimated 90 million, he can buy quite a few things. He took a sip of water, and just as he did, he Ruoxui almost choked. She remained silent, glancing at Ye Shen and said, Ye Shen, are you really clueless or just pretending not to know? Bringing this little money, you win participate in the auction, he Ruoxui anxiously explained to Ye Shen. This auction is not as simple as it seems, and the force behind it is an entity you shouldn't mess with. In this world, besides ordinary people like you, there's a type of extremely powerful martial artist who can kill with just a wave of their hand. Oh, why aren't you surprised? He Ruoxui was a bit surprised herself, as Ye Shen remained too calm. Ye Shen could only pretend to be astonished. The martial arts are formidable, oh, so frightening. Ruoxui seemed to be impressed with Ye Shen's reaction, exaggerating her scared expression. Of course, she didn't know that Ye Shen was a cultivator. She continued, secondly, Ninbot not only has the 4 major families, but also houses a more terrifying existence. A mysterious martial arts clan often referred to as the martial arts aristocracy. They are the ones behind controlling this auction. This auction will have 2 sessions. The first session focuses on antiques and famous paintings, targeting ordinary people. The second session involves martial arts, including practicing techniques, alchemical elixirs, weapons, or alchemy furnaces. Every item with a value of at least a few hundred million. People with just a bit of money like you, why bother participating in the auction? Ye Shen felt a bit of a headache. According to he Ruoxui's explanation, the value of elixirs was certainly not cheap, and he basically didn't have enough money. Could it be that robbing him wasn't out of the question? As he pondered, he looked up at he Ruoxui and said, So I can auction off my belongings. He Ruoxui stared at Ye Shen, surprised, of course. If you feel you don't have enough money, are you planning to sell medicines? There's a specialized appraisal room on the upper floor. You can try your luck there. Hearing he Ruoxui's words, Ye Shen felt like the clouds had lifted to reveal the sun. Considering Ying Jing's reaction back then, it can be said that Ye Chang and perhaps all of China likely doesn't have many alchemists. Maybe my elixirs will fetch a lot of money. With this in mind, Ye Shen turned away, ignoring he Ruoxui. He had to seize the opportunity to get rich. Following he Ruoxui's guidance, Ye Shen went to the appraisal room. In the room, there was a woman around 40 and 3 old men. Interestingly, they were playing mahjong. Ha 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 ha, quickly bring the money today. Luck is really on your side, not a single part less than 10 million. Mobile phones, transfer the money. An excited old man spoke. The remaining 3 people were visibly displeased, but they still transferred the money honestly. Ye Shen smirked slightly. These guys play big, 10 million each. The 4 seemed ready to continue when they noticed Ye Shen's arrival. An elderly man looked at Ye Shen and asked, Young man, why are you here? What do you want to appraise? Ye Shen replied, Exactly. Without hesitation, He reached into his pocket and took out an elixir pill. Looking at the elixir pill in Ye Shen's hand, Mr. Wu's face changed slightly as he caught a faint fragrance from a distance. He said, "Young man, can you let me examine it for a moment?" The others also sensed something amiss and gathered around Mr. Wu, discussing, "Hey, is that an elixir pill? How is there a genuine elixir pill in Jiangqing in this era? Quickly appraise it, we need to hurry. The round 2 auction is about to begin. Don't make a scene here, nobody knows more about elixir pills than me. This elixir pill has a different scent compared to those junk items. We need a thorough examination." As he spoke, Mr. Wu took out a magnifying glass to examine it carefully. Suddenly, Mr. Wu let out a horrified scream, his body trembling, and exclaimed, "Elixir script! This is elixir script. It's not an elixir pill. It should be called immortal elixir." The others, upon hearing the term elixir script, froze for a moment, then rushed over eagerly. "Mr. Wu, let me see. This is indeed an elixir pill. My goodness, even though the appearance is like this, the vein patterns are clear, and the elixir has a rich fragrance. Could it be recently concocted? Is there still an alchemist around? Right, it must be an immortal elixir with a rich aroma and clear vein patterns, probably freshly concocted." Mr. Wu affirmed once again, and everyone on the spot took a sharp breath, looking at Ye Shen in confusion and excitement, saying, "Little brother, who gave you this item? Hurry, tell the old man. Where did your younger brother come from?" Ye Shen, observing their expressions, was somewhat surprised. "Are there no alchemists around here? Could I be the last alchemist in China?" Ye Shen narrowed his eyes, and based on their reactions, it wasn't suitable to discuss this matter here. He said to them, "This matter is not convenient to discuss here. Please take me to meet the manager behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, everyone just reacted. They were indeed eager to know about such significant matters. Mr. Wu hurriedly turned to Ye Shen and said, "Little brother, please follow me." Ye Shen followed the old man into the elevator, stopping on the 10th floor, then exiting the elevator and reaching a room with the number 1. The old man gently knocked on the door, and a female voice inside said, "Come in." Both entered the room. Mr. Wu introduced, "Miss, this junior brother wants to auction an elixir pill." Seated on the sofa, a woman around 30 years old was sitting. She wore a pink outfit, showcasing a slender and well-proportioned figure. The woman's eyes suddenly opened wide. "An elixir pill, are you sure?" The old man promptly stepped forward to present the elixir pill. The woman's hand gestured in midair, and the elixir pill was drawn into her hand. She looked at it momentarily and exclaimed, "Indeed, it's an elixir pill, and judging by the quality and vein patterns, the refining time doesn't exceed a month." Suddenly her eyes lit up, realizing that there was indeed an alchemist in China. Mr. Wu, at this point, proactively stepped out, allowing the two to talk freely. Now the woman turned to Ye Shen and said, "Young man, you can sit wherever you want. My name is Jin Jingen. I don't know how you'd like to address me." Ye Shen, aware that the auction time was approaching, didn't waste any time. "My name is Ye Shen. No need for much talk, my elixir pills are available for auction." Seeing Ye Shen eager to proceed, Jingen chuckled in her mind. Indeed, still too young to understand the true value of an elixir pill. Nevertheless, refining one requires extreme skill and difficulty. Jingen smiled at Ye Shen. "Of course, we can auction them. How many are you willing to sell?" Ye Shen raised 5 fingers in front of Jin Jingen. 5. Even though mentally prepared, Jin Jingen felt a slight tremor in her eyes at the sight of 5 elixir pills. With such a quantity, there must be a master alchemist behind you. "Miss Jin, how much do you think these 5 pills can fetch at auction?" Ye Shen, curious, said, "At least 1 billion. Jin Jingen, looking at the elixir pill, swallowed and said, "However, rarity is the most precious. I suggest selling them slowly. This time, just sell 1. Ye Shen naturally noticed Jin Jingen's expression. He chuckled and said, "In that case, we have 4 pills left. Miss Jin, name your price. I just need a satisfactory offer." Jin Jingen's chest heaved, her breath intense, staring sharply at Ye Shen. "Oh my, just by gradually selling these elixirs, I'll make a huge profit. Regaining composure, Jin Jingin said, "Mr. Yi, do you plan to directly sell these 4 pills to our Jin family?" With a change in address, Jin Jingin quickly took out a card. This card has 1 billion, and the password is the last 6 digits. This is all my current wealth. Of course, this amount is not enough to buy all 4 elixir pills, so I'll add a condition. From now on, our Jin family owes you a favor. In the future, no matter what happens, my family is ready to assist you. Ye Shen nodded. Basically, the lowest price for 1 elixir pill is 1 billion. Now selling 4 pills individually for 1 billion each, and the Jin family also owes a favor, is not a bad deal. Let's go with that. Later, when auctioning the remaining pill, you can transfer the money using this card. Seeing Ye Shen agree so quickly, Jin Jingin concealed her joy with a fan. For her, Ye Shen was extremely valuable. As long as she treated Ye Shen well, she would have the opportunity to meet the alchemist behind Ye Shen. With the deal settled, Ye Shen quickly left as the second part of the auction was about to begin. As he was leaving, Jin Jingin suddenly threw a phone from behind. The throwing speed was a bit unusual, but Ye Shen caught it gently, asking, "What is the purpose of this?" Curiously, Ye Shen inquired, "Yes, sir, take this mobile phone with you. Those who participate in auctions like you often want to conceal their identity. If you want to bid on something next, it's not convenient to personally participate. You can use this mobile phone to contact me. My people will help you place bids." Jin Jingin said, "That's good then, I'll go first." Ye Shen replied casually, understanding that Jin Jingin's recent actions were an attempt to assess his strength. He found it a bit childish. "Yi, be careful." Jin Jingin waved and bid farewell to Ye Shen. He's indeed a martial artist, but I can't know his true strength. After some contemplation, she took out her phone and made a call. "Help me investigate a person named Ye Shen. I want to know all the information about him in the past 6 months, who he has been in contact with." Ye Shen quickly arrived at the second floor, noticing that the auction had already begun. He promptly found He Ruoxui and Zhu Zixuan standing together, leaving a seat for him. He sat down and greeted them. He Ruoxui, with her beautiful face, looked at Ye Shen in amazement before laughing. "Did you manage to gather enough money?" Ye Shen nodded. "Indeed, I collected 1 billion, not bad." Zhu Zixuan, beside them, heard it, eyes widening in astonishment. He Ruoxui glanced at Ye Shen, saying, "After a short time not seeing each other, this person still loves to brag. Your medicinal formula is indeed valuable, but it can't be worth 1 billion. See, even Zixuan doesn't believe it." Ye Shen didn't bother with He Ruoxui and looked directly at the auction stage. Next, the last item of the first phase is a set of jewelry named Spiritual Elegance. This is the final work of the treasure master Ding Yuanxiang. Unfortunately, it's only a finished product. They say Ding wanted to complete it as a gift for his granddaughter, but sadly he couldn't. A few years ago, this item was stolen, last seen at an auction in France, and finally it has come to Jiangqing today. The starting price is 60 million, with each bid increment of 2 million. The bidding continued to rise, 62, 68, 70 million. No one noticed He Ruoxu's stern expression, her hands clenched tightly on her dress. "Why do I encounter the spiritual elegance at this moment? Oh, Grandpa, I'm sorry I can't buy this piece of jewelry you created for me with your entire lifetime." At this moment, she felt a bit of regret. If I hadn't left the He family, even if I had to sell the cosmetic conglomerate, I would definitely buy it. But now I have nothing. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Ye Shen, who was initially not interested in this piece of jewelry, was surprised to find He Ruoxui next to him, her delicate body trembling. She stared intently at the auction jewelry, visibly excited to the extreme. Could it be the story the auctioneer mentioned is true? He Ruoxui is indeed Ding Yuanxiang's granddaughter. Ye Shen took out his phone and texted Jin Jingin, expressing his desire to buy the spiritual elegance at any cost. Seeing that Ye Shen wanted to buy it, Jin Jingin also felt a bit sorry. Although she knows that Ye Shen now has at least 1 billion in cash, money is not to be wasted like that. That necklace basically lacks any spiritual energy. Why bother so much? She speculated that Ye Shen wanted to give it to some woman as a gift. Well, it's not her money anyway. She immediately focused on her work as the auction continued seamlessly. 82, 88, 90 million. At this point, a young man bid 146 million to buy the spiritual elegance. Everyone here just considered this necklace as a simple treasure. Only he knew that this spiritual elegance was not just a piece of jewelry. It has a significant connection with the He family in Zhejiang province. He even knew that He Ruoxui was here. After winning the bid, he planned to give it to He Ruoxui and set a condition, taking advantage of the He family's influence to advance his own family. With this 146 million, I'm sure to win it. At this moment, He Ruoxui was also looking at the young man, who was bidding the highest, furrowing her brows slightly. She had made up her mind, regardless of who wins, she will spare no expense to reclaim this item. Seeing that no one continued to bid, the auctioneer was about to lower the gavel when a female voice from the auction room's radio echoed. An anonymous gentleman, unwilling to reveal their surname, bids 200 million. Hearing 200 million, everyone in the room gasped. This finished piece of spiritual elegance might actually fetch 200 million. The young man who bid the highest at this moment had a gloomy face to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to go crazy, standing up and exclaiming, "Someone bid 200 million for this spiritual elegance. Is that guy insane? Where is he?" "Sorry, young master, that man doesn't want to reveal his name. He bid through an organizer's representative. Are you trying to deceive me? How could someone spend 200 million on a piece of jewelry? You must be playing tricks. I paid 146 million, you have to give it to me." The words were not yet fully spoken when Jin Jingen, clad in a distinctive robe, appeared in the auction room. Her voice, cold as ice, echoed, "You are interrogating my Jin family, aren't you?" Everyone present, upon seeing Jin Jingen, couldn't help but be shaken, as she was the spokesperson of the 3rd Martial Arts Division of the Jin family. "All right, it's over for you. That kid will suffer in the end. Finally, she has shown up." Although the young man didn't know who the girl in front of him was, he quickly understood the reactions of those around him and hastily said, "No, it's not." Jin Jingen sneered, "The reputation of the Jin family cannot be humiliated. Whoever utters that name will lose their limbs." The next second, the young man was taken away by 2 men. He frantically struggled and shouted, "Please forgive me. I am Q Mingkai. You cannot touch me." Jin Jingen, with eyes as cold as ice, spoke again, "The Q family from now on is forbidden from stepping half a foot into the auction house. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed." Just a couple of sentences made the atmosphere at the auction tense. This is the courage of the Jin family, the courage of martial artists. This is the consequence for those who dare to challenge the martial arts clans. Ordinary families cannot compare to them. The auctioneer began to announce, 200 million for the first time, 200 million for the second time, 200 million for the third time sold. At this moment, He Ruoxui felt extremely desperate, uncertain whether the other party would buy the spirit out of pity, and then she could negotiate to buy it back. However, she had no idea about the identity and face of the buyer. Only Shen revealed a mysterious smile. A few days ago, he had learned from Sunji and He Ruoxui during a casual conversation. He Ruoxui's birthday is coming up, so I will use this necklace as a birthday gift. After Shen successfully acquired the compassionate spirit, the first phase of the auction ended. Jin Jingen stood on the stage, announcing the start of phase 2 of the auction. "I have an announcement for everyone. The final auction item for today is no longer the 100 sketches peak. Please wait to see what it is. We will begin with the first auction item, a set of armor woven with golden threads, starting at 90 million. The auction continued, swiftly reaching the 7th auction item. It is the Desert Vigor sword technique, starting at 150 million. Bids quickly escalated, 160, 180 million. Xu Zixuan, seated below, expressed surprise at the auction items, both in quantity and value. However, Shen, regarding the auctioned items, showed no interest. For him, most of these items are useless, but they are fiercely contested by the martial artists here. It seems that the gap between China and his cultivation place is indeed vast. These martial artists think they are extraordinary. unaware that they're just tiny specks of dust. Ye Shen's contemplative demeanor made Reclusive feel a bit perplexed. At this moment on the stage, Jin Jingin presented a large, carefully wrapped item. This is the second most valuable treasure in today's auction. It was found by our Jin family in the Shenong Mountains. It is called Bai Tiao Ding, suitable for alchemy and collection. Starting bid is 300 million, with increments of no less than 10 million. At this moment, a smile bloomed on Ye Shen's face, his eyes filled with eagerness as the awaited item appeared. Furthermore, the grade of this Bai Tiao Ding surpassed his expectations. People at the scene were also intrigued, eagerly bidding 350, 400, 430 million. It was evident that those present were here for love, or more accurately, for the item itself. Ye Shen narrowed his eyes and sent a message to Jin Jingin. No matter the price, I must acquire Bai Tiao Ding. On stage, upon seeing the message, Jin Jingin's mouth curved into a smile. Finally taking action, you want to secure Bai Tiao Ding. Do you have an alchemist from your family giving orders behind you? Jin Jingin obviously didn't know that Ye Shen was an alchemist. Suddenly, someone placed a bid, 450 million. Jin Jingin glanced and noticed it was someone from the Chuang family. Aside from the three martial arts clans, namely the Jin family, there are the Chuang family and Meng family. Now the bidder is from the Chuang family, Chuang Wenlin, the third young master of Chuang. Chuang Wenlin's reputation isn't great, and it's said that his ruthless methods towards what he desires know no bounds. If Ye Shen wants to contend for Bai Tiao Ding, a significant event is likely to unfold. She hastily sent a message to Ye Shen, informing him of this information and advising against competing for it. She suggested that Ye Shen shouldn't be afraid to keep the Green Hills. There are plenty of other alchemy furnaces available. But who is Ye Shen? From grade 1 to grade 5, he never backed down from anyone. Ye Shen replied with just one word, Bai. Seeing the word Bai on Ye Shen's face filled with tension, Jin Jingin felt uneasy. She had used 1 billion to buy Ye Shen's elixir and still owed him a favor. Having taken advantage of him before, now she had to pay the price and help Ye Shen secure Bai Tiao Ding. In the auction, Chuang Wenlin bid 450 million, but quickly a voice on the radio declared, an anonymous bidder offers 500 million. Chuang Wenlin looked displeased, and the entire hall fell silent. Chuang Wenlin expressed a challenging demeanor. Someone truly dares to compete with me. People around began to discuss. There is indeed someone daring to go against the Chuang family, quite audacious. Even if he hides his identity, with the methods of the Chuang family, they will surely find him. Oh dear, someone might have to die tonight. Chuang Wenlin snorted coldly and bid 530 million. As his words ended, a voice on the radio announced, an anonymous bidder offers 600 million. Heavens, this is turning into a spectacle. Purchasing Bai Tiao Ding for 500 million is already beyond imagination, and now it directly increases to 600 million. Chuang Wenlin's face turned pale. It seemed that this person was challenging him. He raised his bid to 610 million. Before 2 seconds had passed, the radio declared, an anonymous bidder offers 700 million. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Chuang Wenlin had money thrown at his head, and his expression was indescribably unpleasant. Furious, he stood up, slamming his hands on the table. Damn it, what the hell are you saying? Is this guy here to cause trouble? He's throwing out 700 million just to surpass me. Chuang Wenlin stood in the middle of the auction, unable to contain his anger. I don't care who you are. If you dare challenge our Chuang family, no matter how you try to avoid it, I will find you. I'll make sure you regret what happened today. On stage, Jin Jingin sang a soulless tune. Observing the unfolding events, she involuntarily nodded and announced, 700 million for the first time, 700 million for the second time, 700 million for the third time sold. Ye Shen's face was filled with excitement. Finally got the elixir. Others may fear the Chuang family, but not him. If the Chuang family crosses him, he will eradicate them from the roots. Amidst the crowd's excitement, Jin Jingin presented the most valuable item of today's auction. This item is an elixir recently acquired by our Jin family, personally appraised by me. People discussed Jin Jingen's words, unquestionably confident in the quality. This mystical elixir not only heals wounds but also enhances cultivation. Such legends in China now manifest here. Jin Jingen continued. This elixir starts at 400 million, and each bid should not be less than 20 million. Bidders competed again, 500, 520. It quickly escalated to 680 million. Ye Shen, is this item really worth that much? Reclusive was slightly surprised. It was her first time witnessing such a frenzied auction. Oh, I forgot. This is your first time participating in an auction. Ye Shen shrugged. Although rare items are considered valuable, I feel that selling elixirs to the Jin family is a bit low. However, he didn't pay attention to the fact that the higher the price of the elixir, the more indebted the Jin family would be to him. What's even more amusing is that the elixir was sold for 800 million, and the buyer was Chuang Wenlin. If he knew he was the owner of the elixir, I wonder how he would react. In the end, the auction was a great success. Everyone, please go to the dining area on the lower floor for dinner and exchange. You all know these special guests, right? At this moment, Ye Shen received a message on his phone. Mr. Yi, please come to my place. My father just returned, and he wants to invite you to dinner. Ye Shen, let's skip the dinner party. We'll head back. You told me you have 1 billion. Why haven't I seen you buy anything? Oh, it's nothing. There's just nothing suitable. You two go ahead. I'll join you after a quick visit to the restroom. Ye Shen departed, pondering, Jin Jingen, how will you compensate for the difference? In room 01, Ye Shen encountered Jin Jingen. Mr. Yi, this card has 1.5 billion. It's the compensation my father requested me to give you. Anyway, you've suffered a bit with this price. Of course, the debt of the Jin family to you will remain intact. Ye Shen took the bank card, showing no courtesy. I didn't come here to ask for money, but to get Bai Tio Ding. Jin Jingen handed a piece of paper. Mr. Yi, for safety, please write down your address and phone number. In the evening, I will personally send someone over. By the way, my father would like to invite you for dinner. Before Jin Jingen finished speaking, Ye Shen declined. Ye Shen turned and left, ignoring Jingen's hopeful question. Why? Ye Shen just waved his hand. I won't attend the dinner. My friend at home has already cooked. I'm not used to eating outside. Jin Jingen's expression seemed off. My father in Ninba has invited you to a feast, and no one dares to refuse. He has purchased Bai Tioding and directly offended the Chuang family. Without a powerful backing, he is sure to face death. Our Jin family gave you an opportunity, but you don't seem to appreciate it. In the future, if any issues arise, you cannot blame us. At this moment, in the management room, all the security personnel were lying on the ground. Chuang Wenlin sat with crossed legs, holding the elixir carefully in his hand. Unexpectedly, today brought an unforeseen surprise. This pill has an extremely pure fragrance, completely different from the elixirs in our Chuang family's collection. It's truly enticing. The old man beside Chuang Wenlin also spoke. Young master, based on the markings and patterns on the elixir, it was likely crafted within 10 days. I wonder where the Jin family obtained such a valuable item. It seems that the Jin family willingly put up something so precious for auction. Could it be that they have control over the alchemist who created this elixir? Chuan Wenlin muttered, and the old man added, this is quite likely to happen. Jin Jingen, despite being a young woman, surpasses others in both strength and strategy within the Jin family. If the Jin family truly holds the source of elixirs this time, they will soar far beyond our Chuang family. At this very moment, his subordinate reported that they had checked the cameras. On the screen was the footage of Ye Shen meeting Jin Jingen earlier. Today, Jin Jingen only met this person. It's highly probable that he is the one who bought Bai Xiaoding. Even that elixir likely comes from him. Chuang Wenlin looked at Ye Shen in the image and sneered. Someone from the Chuang family dares to challenge us. It seems he doesn't know how to face death. Going against me, he has to see how powerful this kid is for daring to provoke me. Chuang Wenlin left the monitoring room, and Jin Jingen also went to the control room, preparing to clean up the records. In the past, this task was always assigned to others, but this time, she decided to take matters into her own hands. However, when she saw the surveillance room, the security personnel lying unconscious on the floor, her face changed instantly. She was evidently too late. Moreover, the one barging into the surveillance room was undoubtedly from the Chuang family. Ye Shen, danger ahead. Although Ye Shen refused his father's help, with the Chuang family seizing control of the elixir facilities, she couldn't stand idly by. At the entrance of the Tian Hotel, Ye Shen and he Ruoxui walked out together. Zhu Zixuan silently followed behind with an uneasy mind. Walking in front, Ye Shen suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhu Zixuan, asking, "How are you getting back, Ye Shen? I can arrange for a car." Ye Shen was surprised. Considering the circumstances of the Zhu family, Zhu Zixuan usually has a driver waiting for him every time he goes out. Why would he need a car now? Could something have happened to the Zhu family? He just recently got help from Zhu Rendi after arriving in Ninba. If the Zhu family is in trouble, he wouldn't just sit idly by. What happened to the Zhu family? Ye Shen inquired, and Zhu Zixuan shook his head repeatedly. Ye Shen, nothing happened. Ye Shen sighed reluctantly, extending his hand. "Give me your mobile phone." Zhu Zixuan obediently handed it over. Ye Shen entered his number and returned the phone to Zhu Zixuan, saying, "If something really happens, call me on this phone. I will come to help you." Just like that, let's go ahead. Zhu Zixuan watched as Ye Shen and he Ruoxui walked away, her eyes reddening. Shortly after, her mobile phone rang and her face turned pale. At this moment, Ye Shen and he Ruoxui were walking on the street. "Ye Shen, why does that child keep calling you Ye Chang Sin? It makes me find it quite amusing," he Ruoxui said with a laugh. "Just a nickname makes me feel like an old man," Ye Shen replied. As they were talking, Ye Shen suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Seeing Ye Shen's change, Ruoxui asked, "What's wrong?" The suspicious look disappeared from Ye Shen's eyes. He calmly said to Ruoxui, "Suddenly, I feel like having coffee. Go in there, order coffee, and wait for me a bit. I'll go inside and join you. What do you think?" He Ruoxui's face looked puzzled, wondering why Ye Shen seemed different today. Ye Shen chuckled at this moment. "I'm going to the restroom. You go inside. I'm treating generously today, so feel free to order whatever you want. Why did you use the restroom in the restaurant?" Without finishing his words, Ye Shen left. Ruoxui felt puzzled. He didn't drink much water today. Why does he keep going to the restroom? As he left, the friendly smile on Ye Shen's face disappeared. In its place was a cold and menacing expression. "You probably don't know that I have a principle. Any danger that arises, I will crush it before it hatches." A cold and mysterious aura enveloped Ye Shen as he walked forward. Not far away, someone spoke. "Found him, young master. That kid seems to have noticed us." An old man accompanying Chuang Wenlin spoke up. "Noticed? Even if he notices us, he'll still die." Chuang Wenlin coldly said, "The woman entering the coffee shop is quite impressive. After dealing with that kid, once we obtain Bai Tiao Ding and the secrets of alchemy, I'll have some fun with her. That's how it's going to be." Ye Shen appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his aura shrouding Chuang Wenlin's head. The old man beside him underwent a sudden transformation, unable to react in time. He recoiled, his expression changing drastically, and shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you touch the young master? Tonight, you will surely die." The old man quickly leaped about 5 meters backward, launching towards Ye Shen with formidable momentum. Once struck, a person might not die but would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. The intent to kill in Ye Shen's eyes grew stronger by the moment. A moment later, he made a direct move, standing still and channeling his Kai. A seemingly calm strike rose upwards, appearing ordinary but carrying an incredibly terrifying force. The old man, with widened eyes, realized the impending danger too late. One of Ye Shen's strikes hit the old man's head with a resounding impact, and in an instant the head vanished. All that remained was the body. The surroundings echoed with a sharp sound, leaving Chuang Wenlin trembling as he witnessed the futile attempt of the old man to defend against Ye Shen's devastating strike. Ye Shen turned back, his icy gaze fixed on Chuang Wenlin, Now it's your turn, kid. You dare lay a hand on my subordinates. Chuang Wenlin snorted coldly. You don't know how to write the word death. If you touch me, your parents and everyone around you, even the woman in the coffee shop, will die. If you kneel down now and promise to be a dog by my side, I might spare you. Despite his fear, Chuang Wenlin relied on his social status, thinking no one would dare touch him. You talk too much nonsense. Ye Shen's voice was as cold as ice, and a forceful hand appeared in front of Chuang Wenlin, delivering a fatal blow. Chuang Wenlin died on the spot. At this moment, the chilling presence around Ye Shen spoke again. Have you seen enough? From the darkness, a handsome young man immediately appeared and kneeled before Ye Shen, saying, Sir Yi, please forgive me. I am Jin Chan, the steward of the Jin family. I was sent by Miss Jin to protect you. She was worried that something might happen to you after the incident in the monitoring room. In Jin Can's heart, he silently cursed, protect my foot. He originally planned to wait until the moment Chuang Wenlin killed Ye Shen, then intervened to save Ye Shen. Never did he think that the other party not only didn't need saving, but also effortlessly killed two people. This Ye Shen is not only incredibly powerful, but also ruthlessly cunning. Such a person doesn't need protection. Thank you, Miss Jin, for your concern, but I don't appreciate others meddling in my life. Go back and tell her not to do unnecessary things, otherwise the Jin family will end up like these people. Also handle the disposal of these bodies for me. After speaking, Ye Shen turned and walked away. Behind him, Jin Chan cheerfully responded, all right, I will definitely report back. His joy stemmed from having saved his own life. In front of powerhouses like Ye Shen, he was just a speck of dust. He feared that Ye Shen might kill indiscriminately, but Ye Shen stopped because of Jin Chan's next question. Sir Yi, how should I report this? I know your strength is formidable, but the Chuang family is influential. Chuang Yuanlai, the head of the Chuang family, even ranks 514th on the Chinese clan masters list. Chuang Wenlin is his son. If he finds out you killed his son, you'll undoubtedly face trouble.